You are ready? Good evening. Welcome to our January 21st, 2025 City Council meeting. Right now it's 7 o'clock on time. A meeting is now in session. Okay, tonight invocation will be led by Pastor L. Richardson. Okay, and from the New Beginning Christian Fellowship of West Covina, and Councilman Kento will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise, please.
Good evening, everyone. Like he said, my name is Pastor Al Richardson from the New Beginning Christian Fellowship Church, located right here in West Covina. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. With that said, prepare your hearts and mind as we pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you today that you might bless this council. Lord, bless this mayor, the council members, and the staff, that they might be able to govern as you will have them to, that the city would be more blessed because you have made a way for them to be who they are, and that they represent a diverse population, Father, that their assignment is one to bring unity to our community. So, God, we pray that you might use them and guide them in everything that needs to be done today, that at the end of the day, that they can all sleep at the night, that at the end of the day, that everybody will in fact be blessed, that at the end of the day, everyone will still be included, that this would still become a great city, a safe city, and a blessed city. So we thank you right now for what you've called them to do. It's more than a job. It's an assignment. It's a calling. It's a ministry. So we pray your blessings upon this session and everyone here, that we all might come together to decide how to move this city in the direction that you would have it go. So we thank you for the mayor, the council members, and the staff. And we thank you for everyone in this council meeting on today, that your will be done. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Please remove all hats, face the flag, and follow my lead. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have a seat, please. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Councilman Cantos.
Here.
Councilwoman Diaz. Here. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado.
Present.
Mayor Wu.
Yep. Okay, and the City Attorney, do you have anything to report out for the closed session?
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we go to the presentation. And the first one was certificate for recognition to the West Covina Brewing Cheer and the donation from the Chinese American Association for the scholarship for their championship. They went to Florida and they brought back, the number one, the first place.
Yeah.
Testing.
Aaron, the coach, want to come over here? You know, I met them at Bridge Creek retirement home, and they're outstanding. They basically did a wonderful job for us, and at the retirement home for all the residents over there. So happy, to see them. They brought down the house, and I told them, I say, one time I will talk to the CAWC for them to support them. I heard about they're going to Florida. I think we talk about this again and again. We need a village, to raise our children. I think it's important. We all together, no matter who you are, but we all help each other. So I don't want to continue yabba talking. I want to bring the mic to you because people want to see how great is our youngster and our lady, and to bring back the glory to West Covina. Go ahead.
Yes. I just want to say thank you and congratulations to the girls for all their hard work. Their head coach is Adelaide Duran, who unfortunately couldn't be here. But we just want to say we appreciate you girls and we admire your commitment and all your hard work and those long, cold practices. And to the parents, thank you guys for constantly committing to the girls and bringing them to every practice in those cold practice days too. And then also to the city of West Covina, we appreciate everything that you do for us.
And before I'm going to present each of, we have a certificate for them right here. But before I do that, okay, I heard about you want to give us some, like a taste of how you brought back the championship.
Yes.
Okay, so make it safe. Make it safe.
Unfortunately, it's not tall enough, so we're just going to do a little cheer and a little step for you guys.
Yeah, a taste is good enough.
A little taste, because it's unfortunately.
You can say something.
Again, these girls went to Florida, competed. They won the national title. In about 2 weeks, we're going to be going to Las Vegas again to compete for another national championship. Okay? So girls, get in your 2 lines, and then we're going to do when we say West. You guys can do it with your mouths.
One. Oh my gosh. What's that bell?
Matter on you, and then let me starting with name and you want to have one by one, then I can hand out the certificate. Yeah.
So we have Amber Rose.
Amber.
Say thank you. Come this way, Amber Rose. Ariel. Destiny. Jasmine. Jaden. Isabella. Ava. Madison. Mia. And Nevaeh.
And older lady, would you please come over here? Group, let's have a group picture. Not yet, okay. The group pictures are coming. Give me the microphone, please. Yeah, thank you. Now, there's something you guys been waiting for. I only give you a piece of paper, but somebody want to give you cash. Okay, so, yeah, scholarship. Okay, see, they heard about scholarship, they're happy. Okay, certificate is okay, but scholarship even better to continue. I think I heard about you go to Vegas, right? So hopefully, Chinese American Association, they want to donate for your trip. Okay, and we have the secretary of CAWC. Daniel, you want to come up? And you want to say something about the check? And how much you want to donate? Hopefully, it's not a couple dollars, okay? It's only take the bus. You want to say something? Sure.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, our mayor, all council members, and all the residents here tonight. I'm Daniel from Chinese American Association from West Covina. On behalf of our amazing President Sophia Lee, we are so excited to present this donation to our Bruins team. We believe this can is about building the young people's character and teamwork, and can make it stronger, community stronger. And our association now has 15 board members and almost 300 members right now. And we all hope to support our community to be the best it can be. Thank you for having us tonight. Thank you.
How much you want to donate?
$1,000.
$1,000.
Thank you.
And you want to over there, and I need you to hand over the check. Otherwise, the check will be. Yeah, and then they have a. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Back. No, thank you so much, and thank you CAWC for your generous donation for $1,000. Okay, and see, you can see entire city supporting you guys, and want you guys continue to win and continue to have a great time. Okay, and as a cheerleader, so bring another championship from Vegas. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's give her another hand. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Mayor.
Want to say something? Okay, Council Member Gutierrez, you want to say something?
Yes, Mayor, before Mrs. Helen leaves, I would like to ask if we could sing her happy birthday for her birthday today.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Helen. Helen, don't leave.
You do it earlier.
She's coming back.
No, she's not coming back. I think she's over. I think it's okay. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, it's CLWC, the Helen's birthday, but happy birthday to her. Okay, and thank you for the effort to fundraising and to give a thing. So it's okay. Okay, shall we move on to next agenda? Okay, let's move in. Huh? Then we need a cheerleader too. Okay. Why you started?
Okay, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Helen. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much. You are forever 21. Okay, and we know, and West Covina love you, and the kid love you. You always try to do good thing for the kid. Thank you so much. Okay, really appreciate it. But thank you for the council to sing the happy birthday to Helen. Okay, we go to the next agenda. As our police chief want to present the Hope team. Would you please invite our chief come down?
Yes, if I could have Chief Cortina come down and provide the presentation on our Hope team.
I also want to introduce our Hope team to you as well.
Okay,
for having with me.
it's great.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, city staff, and members of the community. My name is Tony Cortina. I'm the Chief of Police for the West Covina Police Department. And part of my commitment to becoming your chief was to increase our transparency and educate the community on what our police department does. And today I would like the opportunity to speak about our HOPE team, introduce the members of our team, discuss the mission, some of our procedures, and some future needs we see for their mission. And with that, let me first introduce our team. I have Sergeant Eric Street. He's in charge of supervising the HOPE team as well as the traffic unit. I have Officer Joe Mello and Officer Dominic Martinez here. Okay, so the mission of our HOPE team is to provide an enhanced level of safety for our community and businesses by addressing criminal activity in our city parks and surrounding neighborhoods and addressing homelessness issues citywide. The team, as I said, is composed of one sergeant who oversees our two officers, but we basically have at the moment a one two-officer team. And they currently work Monday through Thursdays from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. And they are supplemented through the city's contract with LACADA, which provides two civilian homeless outreach coordinators, and that's Monday to Friday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. And what I want to do is talk a little bit about the procedures and how they operate within the city, because I think there's a lot of questions on what they can do and what they can't do. So when they're dealing with homelessness issues on private property, the first step they're going to try and do is outreach to the unhoused subjects they contact. They're going to offer them shelter, rehabilitation, and government benefits. And then also, they're also going to tap into LACADA to assist with whatever kind of programs we can get them into for housing or substance abuse programs, but eventually with the ultimate goal of getting them off of the streets. If they refuse, we give them a reasonable amount of time to get their property and to leave. And then, if need be, arrest can be made based off of trespassing letters that we already have in place. So what we do is we really collaborate and coordinate very, very well with our code enforcement and our public works. But one thing we do preemptively is our HOPE team works with code enforcement to preemptively contact property owners and the management of certain private property areas, and we have them sign trespassing letters, which we keep on file, which allows us to just enforce the trespassing laws. And if the subject refuses to leave, WCP personnel have a signed letter and an arrest will be made. And we proactively identify these problem areas on the private property, and again, code enforcement works hand in hand with us to help with the networking and the communication and the cooperation with the private property owners and management. On public property, again, we're going to outreach to the unhoused subjects and offer them shelter, rehabilitation, government services, and this can include food stamps, getting them ID cards if needed, vouchers, SSI, and even EBT. LACADA, again, assists us with all these programs. And again, our ultimate goal is to try and help them with a permanent solution of getting off the street, not putting them in a shelter for a day to be back out. We want to provide permanent solutions for them. And LACADA's been doing a great job of putting them in programs that really deal with the root cause. When a lot of these issues, some involve substance abuse and alcohol abuse, and so they really tackle that issue right at the root, and it's been very successful for us. Again, if
we have to give them a reasonable amount of time to collect their personal property and leave. And through just different court rulings and so forth out there, we've given 48-hour period to remove an encampment. And what we do is we'll come and tag their property, but within that 48 hours, we're going to still continue aggressively outreaching and trying to build some sort of trust relationship where we can get them off of the streets voluntarily. And again, if they refuse to enforce, or if they refuse to leave, WCPD can enforce municipal codes or any other applicable violations of California state law. So, for example, we have municipal codes against unlawful camping, storage of personal property, unlawful acts in the parks, whether it be smoking in the parks, open containers of alcohol, whatever it is, we'll enforce fully. And when we again, our team has had a lot of success with building relationships, and what you have to do is continue to contact the same people over and over again, build that relationship so the trust is made, so they will take your help and the services that we're trying to provide for them as well. So there's been some questions on what we do or why we do certain things with the property we find at an encampment, and I want to address that as well. And this is per a California Civil Code. So certain items can be have to be disposed of that we cannot collect into safekeeping. Those are items that are wet, soiled, moldy, filthy, perishable, open consumables, recyclable waste, has a foul odor, could be used as bedding material or infested with insects. So that property immediately gets destroyed if it's unattended. And if the property doesn't apply to any of those particular above mentioned items, we are required to store it for a minimum of 90 days. So that's quite a process for us as well, but that's what we have to do. And as far as the Hope Team statistics, I am just incredibly proud of how hard these two officers work every single day that they're out here. Officer Mello and Officer Martinez in 2024, just the two of them had over 1,663 contacts they initiated. They removed 187 encampments. They arrested 133 subjects for violating laws. They issued 35 citations for subjects violating laws. And in working with LACADA, they were able to house 123 people in 2024. So that is a tremendous, tremendous amount of work for these two officers. And, housing somebody is more than just picking somebody up, taking them somewhere. They usually have to spend upwards of 4 to 5, even 6 hours during the intake. A lot of times they're required to get medical clearance for people. So it's quite a process. And knowing that, all the red tape and hoops that need to be completed for someone to get housed and still have these, this amount of work done, it's very impressive. So I would just want to commend these officers. And as far as the rest of the department, in 2024, the West Covina Police Department responded to a total of 2,907 homelessness-related calls. And our Hope officers, in addition to their other work, they responded to another 1,442 homeless-related calls for service. And as far as Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, their 2024 statistics on homelessness in West Covina, their unsheltered count of homelessness for our city in 2024 was 55. And speaking to our Hope officers, they feel that we are at about 45 at the moment right now. And with those same 45 that are just within our city, they are contacted every single day by our people. And so they're known. There's a relationship built with them, and they're constantly trying to work on that trust and get them into programs and get them back on their feet again. As far as the future of the Hope Team, and in order to maximize the efforts of their mission, it would be great to be able to add an additional 4 to 6 officers to the team to provide, a 2-man team or 2-person team for each of the 4 service areas, or to at least patrol and deal with these issues during the evenings and in weekends. Because right now we just don't have the coverage for that, other than just our patrol officers who are also subject to regular calls for service and other functions. We would also need an additional 2 to 3 vehicles for their mission, including a pickup truck, which would assist them with the encampments and items they're having to collect. And so that would hopefully implement a 7-day coverage plan. As far as the expenditures for something like that, for example, if we were to add 4 Hope officers to the team, it would add an approximated burden cost of $639,000 total per year for 4 officers. This would be approximated increase of 1.8% to the police budget and approximate increase of 0.4% to the overall city budget. That's basically where we'd like to see our team go, if possible. I understand, there's a lot of needs in the city, but I at least want to say that if we were able to get some more Hope officers out there, the team would definitely be able to significantly increase their effectiveness in dealing with the homelessness issue we are facing in West Covina at the moment. And that's my presentation. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah. Okay. And thank you so much, Chief. And I want you this time to give council have any question. We want to go first. Okay. And the council member Gutierrez, go.
Yeah. Chief Cortina, can you elaborate a little bit more about the services that I'm probably not saying it right, but La Canada doesn't. What's it called? La Cata does in our city, and what they currently are doing, what the hours of operations are for them, and what are you are specifically requesting to how to expand that program in our community, like we spoke about.
La Cata right now is working Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. And what they do is they proactively, it's 2 people in a van, and they proactively drive around the city and make contacts with unhoused people and try to build a relationship with them. They'll offer them some food or water, or whatever it may be, just to kind of, build that initial trust. And from there, what they try and do is find out what their situation is and the best way to ultimately, with the end state of getting them off of our streets, how they can do so. And a lot of that is done through providing, working with LASA and providing housing, or through La Cata's drug treatment programs, which are in-house.
And so what is your vision on how, based upon the current homeless situation in the city, what are you recommending on the hours of operation or expanding services specifically when it comes to La Cata?
Specifically for La Cata, I would like to see them here on the weekends as well. If they can provide, the trouble with them being here at night is a lot of the resources are not available at night. So I don't know if that would be the best effective use of La Cata. Our Hope officers can be out there at night enforcing and assisting. But as far as Lakata's best effectiveness, that's during the daytime hours when those resources are available.
And my last question, sorry. Can you explain how successful this program has been in our city and potentially how many homeless individuals have gone on to secure housing and other living situations because of our officers' outreach and what they've done to make this program successful?
Absolutely. Just from this or 2024, Lakata housed over approximately 130 people off of our streets, and I think that's a very significant number. I think Lakata has been the most successful program the city has adopted that's dealt with the homeless issue we've had. So, and it's not just dealing with the substance abuse and drug abuse or alcohol abuse. They work hand in hand with LASA. They work with Department of Mental Health, and again, they are basically integrated with our Hope team.
Okay, thank you, Council Member Juan Gutierrez. Okay, I want to have a suggestion for our city council member. I understand you have a lot of questions, but this is just the first time. We're going to have a more serious discussion, try to improve our city. So since we have a long, and a lot of agenda tonight, so would you please make it brief, so we can move on this presentation. Okay, thank you. Who want to go next? Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to the Hope team. Question, what days and times does our Hope team currently work?
Our Hope team is currently working Monday through Thursday from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay. And I know you mentioned that they are available in the evenings, so if they're not here and there's things that occur at nights, weekends, is there a person in the Hope team or is it just a regular officer?
We're relying on our patrol staff to deal with that.
Okay. And then I know, and I guess this is just the offside on when we had the last Lakata meeting, we extended their contract and, we wanted the expansion for this. But I guess I could get that information later from our city. Currently, who does the encampment cleanups?
There's a few different ways that's done. We work hand in hand with our public works. Okay. They are an absolutely valuable partner and collaborator with our Hope team, 100%. We work with code enforcement, but as far as the actual cleanup of itself, Public Works is big with that. Sometimes the county or Caltrans, a lot of these encampments end up right on the freeway off ramps or on the Caltrans territory. So we work directly with Caltrans to clean up as much as they can on their areas or jurisdiction as well. And sometimes flood control. In the flood control zones, encampments will start being built up in those areas, and we rely on them to do that as well.
Thank you. And I know the last cleanup was really quick. There was like a really large encampment, so I just wanted to say thank you. And that was on a weekend too. So thank you again for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Ollie Kento.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, we've seen from the county how when they do their point in time count, I thought I remember the county saying that our point in time count was 172 or something like that. And in light of the number you presented, I'm wondering if you could shed some light on our methodology for keeping track of our homeless ourselves as thoroughly as we do, and how that differs possibly from when the county sends people in. Because I have gone out and with other council colleagues, we've looked and we didn't see 172 homeless individuals out and going out at different times. And so just, can you describe the methodology? Because I'm almost wondering if our own efforts to track homeless are more accurate than what the county is providing, telling us that we have in terms of numbers of homeless.
Yes. That might be including sheltered and unsheltered. And what that means is some people might be in vouchers in motels or different facilities. So that might be part of that count as well. But you're right. It is, I think nobody knows better than our Hope team in Lakata. Exactly. They're there every single day. They're on the front lines. They're on all aspects of our city streets every day working tirelessly. But I truly believe in their numbers.
Thank you, Chief. And I have only 3 questions that are pre-written, and if I could ask the assistant city clerk to read those. If they've already been answered, we could just go to the next one. But since I wrote those ahead of time prior, if Madam Assistant Clerk, if you could please read the one question at a time, starting with question 1.
Yes, I know this has been touched on, but I don't know if your question has been asked, so I'm going to go ahead and read the question if that's okay.
Yes.
What level of expenditures would be required if we were to expand Hope Team efforts to cover weekends and evening hours?
Already answered, so next question.
Perfect. What has been the staff's approach to reaching out to brick and mortar businesses throughout the city to ensure that they are aware of the option to file and renew 602 paperwork?
I think I touched on that, but it's the efforts with our PD and code enforcement in proactively contacting the property owners and management companies. So it's that collaboration with our community, and that's how we're the most effective.
And so do we ask Joanne Burns and others to provide a list, and then we reach out systemically to all those known businesses who are registered with us in town?
Yeah, we don't have to contact every single business. That would be, it wouldn't be realistic to do with the amount of businesses we have in our city. But there's certain areas where, encampments tend to be prone to be set up in and so forth. And the Hope Team knows which areas, which businesses specifically to go and talk to in order to get those trespassing letters on file, as well as working with code enforcement to making sure that the trees and shrubs, everything are nice and pruned down. There's lighting at nighttime, for example, and security cameras, and just ensuring that the areas are safe.
Thank you. And last question, Madam Assistant City Clerk.
You had a follow-up to number 2, Councilman Contos. It was to facilitate awareness of paperwork submission procedures and how to keep that paperwork current.
Oh, answered.
Oh, perfect. To what extent do Hope Team efforts qualify for grant funding from existing county, San Gabriel Valley, state, and federal sources that through this point have either not been tapped or have not been tapped as extensively? And what are staff recommendations for council to address these issues in a manner that will result in greater support?
Well, let's currently we don't have any other funding to support our Hope Team other than our budget. I think a lot of the county funding that traditionally has been out there is supporting the supplemental services that are out there. I know that Measure A is available to help with this cause.
Haven't seen the money yet.
Yes.
Well, I can help add if you would like, Chief Cortina.
I would love that.
So currently, yes, we do fund our current efforts through general fund and our housing funds to pay for both Locata, a contract, and our Hope Team. We have looked at other avenues, like trying to get Measure H from the county. What we have gotten is money through that's filtered through the COG, the Council of Government, I can't remember the acronym, but the COG. And so that's how we get an additional resource of one Locata officer or individual caseworker once a week to add on to our 2 caseworkers that the city pays for. And so I think even before the last council meeting, one of the Mother May I's by Councilmember Gutierrez was to write a letter to our LA County Supervisor Hilda Solis asking for additional funding, either through Measure H or through Measure A, to bring those local revenues, bring those funds to the city of West Covina so that we can help enhance our current homeless efforts in our community.
Got it. You done?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilwoman Canto. And Councilwoman Diaz, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for being here. Thank you for your presentation. And thank you guys for being here as well. I feel I want to compliment you guys because I understand that we have had several encampments that have been cleaned up very expeditiously, and I appreciate that. I'm just wondering, what do you do when you have these repeat offenders that just keep coming back to the same encampments, like by the freeway, that we constantly have to report, and they just come right back? What do you do with those?
Well, I mean, it is a little frustrating because we are trying to provide services to get them off the streets, and we have how many repeat offenders would you say that are just constantly over and over? There's a lot. So is it all right if can I have one of the officers speak about this?
All right, thank you.
What we try to do is figure out what's drawing them there, and a lot of times it's Wi-Fi. Oh, sorry. So we try to figure out the root cause of what's bringing them there. So there was the big one on Azusa and South Garvey across from the dealerships. Mm-hmm. The biggest thing with that was the concealment with all the vines.
Right.
And we went back and forth with Caltrans multiple times. They cleaned it up multiple times. Right. And I told them, if you guys just clear out these vines, they're going to leave. Right. And they finally did it, and it hasn't been an issue. Same with businesses. We try to, if there's lighting, if there's electrical outlets that are unsecured, if there's Wi-Fi, we try to work with these businesses to get rid of that stuff, and they usually go away, or the trespass letters. So we just try to find the root cause of what's drawing them to that area, and usually once we take that away, they leave. Okay. Now they do go to another spot, and then we have the same problem, and we got to come up with additional ways then. Right. But it's heavy outreach. If that doesn't work, then it goes to enforcement, and usually once they've get arrested a couple of times, they usually are more willing to accept help. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Diaz. And I know my colleague has a tons of questions, but I really don't want to stuck over here till midnight. Okay. Otherwise, we'll continue back and forth. Okay. But I just want to stop on this, but I just want to have a comment. Okay. And really quick is, I think our team is doing a great job. I met our Sergeant Street, okay, on the traffic accident, the tragedy. Okay. And I think the problem we have is we understaff. Okay, we understaff. We 120,000 population, but now we only have budget 100, but we only have 90 some. Okay, police officer, we need more. Okay, and the traffic control officer, we need more. Hope team, I know you want 6, you dream for 6, but we only can give you right now 2, 3. Okay, it's far away from how we can handle the city issue. So we, City Council, have to find a way to increase the public safety, to find more police officer funding for you guys. So anyway, you want more? Okay, I don't want to go to midnight, sir. Okay, a quick one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just finish off by saying, every time I talk to Chief Katina, he's very committed on helping those who are facing homelessness and finding solutions. And I commend you for your service, and I commend our officers who are here today. It takes officers, our officers here in West Covina define the true meaning of protecting and serving. But I also commend our Hope Team officers who work every day to interact with those who are facing homeless or who are homeless and getting them the help they need. And I commend our officers for their work. And, this Monday was the Martin Luther King event, and Supervisor Solis was there at her office, and I had the opportunity to speak to her representative and ask them about Measure A, and I would like to see if we could invite Supervisor Solis's office to come present on the status of Measure A and seek her assistance in securing funding.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, sir. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Officer. And we will try to give you the support. Okay, the enforcement. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And let's go to next agenda. Okay, and the next agenda is management report. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I have some updates, so I'll try to get through them as quickly as possible. First and foremost, I'll just piggyback off, wanted to thank the Hope Team. They do an incredible job in our community, working very collaboratively with code enforcement, with Public Works, and with our Locata team to help address and provide resources to the unhoused in our community. So just wanted to give them big thanks. And then With the windstorm that we had a couple weeks ago, the first week of January, I just wanted to thank all of the people, all of the West Covina staff that responded to help protect our residents. I know that we did not have worse disaster like other communities, but we were also impacted. And as the leaders of this community, we want to make sure that we do what is necessary to protect and serve our community. So wanted to thank our fire department, our police department, our public works department, our code enforcement. They all worked very collaboratively to address all of the instances that were called out. I think we had a total of 104 reports that were related to the windstorm. We had some damage to our facilities, fallen tree branches. I think even some of our public works employees were able to get individuals out of their vehicles that had fallen trees on them. And so from addressing down wires and getting those taken care of so that the streets were safe for our fire and police to respond to calls, it's very a collaborative effort with all the departments. As part of that as well, we were able to help a Averson School of Leaders that was impacted, or they lost their school due to the Eaton Canyon fire in Altadena. And so we were able to let them use one of our facilities to hold an event. So we're just trying to help out neighboring cities as much as we can. And then it's also just a good time to take a moment to reflect on your ready emergency preparedness in your own homes. Not only making sure that your home is ready by hardening your home to protect it from flames, heat, and flying embers. This means focusing on measures that stop flames from reaching your home and preventing embers from entering, but also creating a defensible space by clearing any flammable materials and vegetation around your property to lower the risk of spreading, fire spreading, to getting ready, outlining evacuation routes, getting contact information and meeting points with your family members. So in case of emergency, you have that ready to go. And then lastly, it's get ready, get set, and then go. If you feel unsafe or there's evacuation orders that you need to leave immediately, you have go bags ready, loaded in your vehicles for quicker departure, and including items like medications, change of clothes, items that you may need. So having those in your go bag, and then the evacuation checklist, obviously your loved ones, including your pets, any important documents, phone numbers, important papers, prescriptions, vitamins, eyeglasses, pictures, irreplaceable memorabilia that you would like to keep, and any other items like cash or credit card. So just having that go bag ready. The other thing that the city is doing is we are continuing to address the hillside cleanup from the vegetation. So the city hired a contractor, and they're currently clearing the areas in LMD4, which is along Amar Nogales Road. This is to help reduce fire hazards in our open space areas, and it enhances safety for people and property throughout the community. So we're continuing those efforts. Just wanted to give an update on Cameron Park expansion project. If you guys have driven by, the grass is growing, it's coming in. It is still closed because the grass still needs time to fully grow. But we are looking to open it up to the community beginning February 2025, so in a couple weeks. This area has not been designated as anything other than an open space or in addition to Cameron Park. Through the Parks Master Plan that will hopefully get adopted or approved tonight, we will be going through that process to determine how this property or space will be utilized, but it hasn't been designated as anything other than open space for now. This past weekend, I wanted to congratulate our West Covina Police Explorers. Along with their Explorer advisors, traveled to Chandler, Arizona to take part in the Chandler Tactical Competition hosted by the Chandler Police Department. And the great news is that our 8 police explorers, many of whom are new to the post or competing for the first time, joined their advisors for the weekend, and together they went up against 40 other explorer posts from across the country. The scenarios designed to test explorers' split-second decision-making and tactical skills. And despite competing against larger posts, I am proud to announce that West Covina Explorer Post took third place at the ICSA event. So congratulations to them. We're very proud that they're representing our city and getting third place. Just wanted to provide an update. One of the requests from the last meeting was to have a letter ready for Hilda Solis to request additional funding for the HOPE team. So the letter was signed by all the council members this evening and will be mailed out tomorrow to the supervisor. As we start January, we're getting ready for the budget season, and that gets kicked off with our budget survey. So we're asking the community to provide feedback, and the survey is on our website. You have the QR code up there that directs you directly to the budget survey, and the survey is going to be available until February 26th of 2025. I know that we announced it last year at the end of the year that we are now going to we have West Covina go by VIA, our new microtransit program in the community. With that, I wanted to share a reminder that the Go West shuttles blue and red line will be terminated at the end of this month. And so individuals wanting to utilize or to access transportation, please go to the Go West app. You can download it and you can use it, and it's for free. So we hope our residents will take advantage of this microtransit program. It does do West Covina from the service area, which is, I believe, north of Cameron, and it also connects us to the Metrolink stations in Baldwin Park and Covina. So since we launched the program, we've had 795 accounts created, 533 total rides, with the number of riders who have ridden Go West Covina at least once is 240, and we've gotten a 5-star rating, 222 rides out of 251. So I think we're doing well and hope that more people will take advantage of this free transportation service that we're providing to our residents. We did announce at the last meeting that we are going to weekly street sweeping. I wanted to share that if you're not sure when your weekly street sweeping day is, please go to our website. It is on the GIS map, so you can enter your address and it'll tell you what day your street sweeping day is. If you have posted parking restrictions, those are going to be enforced. And tonight on the agenda, we do have the ordinance change to do weekly parking restrictions for weekly street sweeping for the entire city. And I also wanted to provide an update. There's going to be some construction at some of the intersections as part of the HSIP Cycle 10. These intersections include Sunset and Merced, Orange and Cameron, Vincent and Puente, Lark Ellen and Badillo, Hollenbeck and Cameron Avenue, Sensuous and La Puente, Roland and Lark Ellen, Fairgrove and Azusa Avenue, Temple Avenue and Amar, Shadow Oak Drive and Amar. And so these improvements started early this month and are anticipated to be completed by fall of 2026. Last item is upcoming events. We have Cortez Park Community and Senior Center Open House this Friday from 12 to 2. We hope everyone comes. Like I said, this is a great opportunity to find out what kind of programs are available at our city facility. So if you're not sure what we offer, come out, check it out. And then we also have the Spring Festival, so save the date, March 29th through the 30th. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, City Manager. I know Councilwoman Dia raised her hand. Go ahead.
I just want to thank you for mentioning the park at Cameron Park, that private area. And I would hope that our residents would respect the fences and not promote it as a dog park like they have been. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
So we need to secure the fence more. So people cannot just squeeze in, because I did squeeze in to check the grass. So they have a gap that even my size can go through it. So possible.
We ask residents to stay off the grass so that it can grow in fully.
Yeah. Anybody? Council Member Gutierrez.
Yes, yeah, I saw in your picture there's a hole in the gate, so if we could fix that. And then second, the Go West Covina program, can we make sure our local schools are informed again that those lines will be terminating soon, and to remind their parents and students about that?
Yes, we can. We also have them on the shuttles, announcing the termination of those lines and also promoting the new Go West, but we can make sure that we provide it to the school districts again.
Okay, any other city council member? Okay, everything. Okay, now we move to oral communications. Okay, we will now move to oral communication. If anyone would like to address the council, please fill out the orange speaker card and submit to the assistant city clerk. When you hear your name being called, please start line up in the center row. The time will start when you reach the podium. Request to speak and agenda item will be heard prior to the request to speak and non-agenda item. Okay, so do we have how many speakers we have?
We have 4 speakers, Mayor.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Our first speaker is Joanna G., followed by John Shoemaker, followed by R. Robinson.
Librarian.
Yes.
Welcome.
Interim
We didn't forget
librarian.
you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, staff, and members of the community. I just want to make some important announcements. We have N95 Max available at all county libraries, so if you need an N95 Max, feel free to come visit us. Starting the week of January 28th through May 22nd, we are going to have Reading Stars, and that is a no-cost tutoring services that will be taking place at our library. Sign-ups are online, and it's a free tutoring program for grades 1 through 6. Next, we have mental health promotion programs, and these are on Tuesdays, February 11th and Tuesday, March 11th, and they talk about immigration, adoption, resilience, and familial violence awareness and prevention. We also have a special program for teens tomorrow, and it starts at 4 p.m., and it's going to be taught by the former Simpsons artist, Carlos Nieto III, and he's going to teach teens how to create and modify anime characters. Last but not least, we have chess tournaments on the first Saturdays of the month, and this is for all ages, and this is at 10:30 a.m. And for more information, visit our website at lacountylibrary.org. Any questions?
Any question, Council? Thank you so much, and welcome to West Covina. We expect to see you more often, and thank you for all the information.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
John Shoemaker, followed by R. Robinson, followed by Craig.
I really didn't have anything, but you guys gave me some things. First of all, it's nice to know that after, how long have we had that property over at Cameron Park? 7 years that we've planted grass, and it might get used for something sometime in the future. I also find it interesting that a member of our council makes a comment about a member who's sitting in the audience, and that same member's mother received a ticket for not having a front license plate. But when you walk outside, you'll see there's a Tesla and a Hummer that don't have front license plates, and they haven't been ticketed. So is there a set of, can I see the book that says there's a set of rules for the public and there's a set of rules for the council? Because they should be getting, you're the example. But then it appears that, I guess, his mother is on the enemies list, so the rules get enforced against her. Kind of strange, isn't it? So also, I keep hearing you guys talk about we need to get more funding to get more police and fire. And then when somebody comes forward, the fire chief, the former fire chief comes forward with, here's some funding, he gets fired. He gets fired. Amazing. So what funding, are you looking for that you're never going to have a reduction? If you get the homeless bond money, that can be cut off every year. So how are you going to hire people that way? Your own actions show that you really don't care, because if you really cared, we already have the funding. to add the people, except it's just given to a small number of people, so you'll get political backing. It's very simple. So could you please ask why there are certain rules that the consul is exempt from? Not having a front license plate is a prime example of it. Here at City Hall, and our police department is well aware of it, but they're not doing anything. If the two who they know I'm talking about really were leaders, they would say, you know, if we're going to enforce it against everybody else, go write me a ticket too. But that would be called leadership. That would be called saying I'm not above the rules. And since we're talking about rules, could you ask the city attorney if you're legally banning people from your political websites and political social media? Because you do that, some of you. You know, because you don't want people to criticize you. You don't want people to criticize you. Well, oh, poor baby. Poor baby. You know, and I hear there's some things that might be going on to improve the efficiency of the council. I need to get a copy of it, but I remember there was a headline in the San Gabriel Valley Tribune when the last time some rules were set up. This was back in the early 2000s. It was above the fold. The West Covina City Council passes the Saddam Hussein Freedom of Information Act when they started putting time limits on it. So is this going to be a revision to the Saddam Hussein Freedom of Information Act? Number 2, the update. You know, so it really doesn't make any difference, because I know one thing. Even if you didn't have people speak, you guys hate what's being said in social media, and you read it all the time. So when I talk here, 50 people maybe hear it. When a lot of these people go out to social media and put something on it, hundreds of people see it. So there's a big difference. So we'll let you go. We'll see if there is going to be consistency, because there should be tickets on your cars when I walk out there.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Robinson, followed by Chirac from Days Inn, followed by Mario. I did reset it. I reset it when you walked to the microphone.
Evening, Council. I stand, it looks like we have an emergency on the southern border, and America is out of the World Health Organization. I mean, that's years late, but it's quite a relief to me. The inaugural address didn't mention the 350,000 missing children that need to be found. The parents of those children are probably a little concerned, but the inaugural address didn't mention that. But at least we're making progress. So I stand here to recommend a website that Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers, CSPOA.com/shop. The association wants to be active in restoring some semblance of civil order in this new golden era we're about to enter. We've got to make the future bright again. Evil has been gaining grounds for years, and light. If you the tune I mentioned, Jesus, put the blessings on us, and a light needs to shine in America again. Anyway, that CSPOA association that I mentioned, they want to be the leader in restoring some semblance of civil order in this country. A Chicago HVAC worker discovered a lair of sleeper cell supplies with explosives, firearms, and IDs, and fake fire and police uniforms. How many of these cells exist in this country already undiscovered, waiting for signals to strike in situations like Pacific Palisades and everywhere else. I mean, how would you like to be confronted by an international cartel gang member dressed up in a police uniform, a fake uniform, and putting you under arrest? So, I mean, we've bitten off a lot in the last 4 years, and we need to work our way back to a lighter future. So we have to be alert to stay away from false flags and stay away from riled up crowds. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen or who's backing them, but both sides, when something happens, both sides are going to be blaming each other, and if you're around, you can be trapped. Anyway, I also want to mention that website because it has 3 booklets, 3 pamphlets. You can buy them for $5 that talk about a Supreme Court 1997 case, a sheriff, Mack and Prince versus the United States of America. It's about the Brady Code Act. And it contains verbiage from the official court records together with comments added. The Brady Act was trying to put the feds in charge of the constitutional sheriffs who are directly elected, and they should exercise their powers, especially right now at the border, to add a little semblance of order. But the key case that I'm talking about held that, and Scalia wrote this opinion, obligation to conduct background checks on prospective gun purchasers imposed unconstitutional obligations on state officers to execute federal laws. Sheriffs were not in position to challenge acts required that the CLEOs, their constitutional law enforcement, destroy handgun applicant statements and give would-be purchasers written statements of reasons for.
Thank you, Bill. See you next time. Okay.
Shirag from Days Inn, followed by Mario.
Next speaker, please.
Shirag from Days Inn, followed by Mario, followed by Glenn Kennedy.
How you doing, council members? I'd like to thank you for cleaning up the 5-star. Let me tell code enforcement first. Thank you guys. West Covina PD, thank you guys. Hopefully there's some new faces on here. Let's see what you guys are going to do. I was listening to stuff that was going on right now. I see that with the Hope team, there's 3 officers that are from 6 to 4. Why don't we split that up? Because half the crime and half the homelessness aren't out between 6 and 4 p.m. So that's something that you guys need to look at. Also, the funding and stuff that's coming into it, you guys have to look to see where we can get more funding. It doesn't matter how many officers we have. It matters the times that they work. First of all, 3 officers during that time, and I'm not knocking them that they don't do a good job, but during those times, half the people aren't even up. Majority of our stuff happens when the sun goes down. So I think council needs to talk to our chief, and thank you, chief, for the good presentation. He just stepped up and he's taken a big role. And the stuff that he's been doing, he's been with the city for over 20 years. I've known him since I was a young boy. And I appreciate the stuff that he's doing. Also, I haven't been to a city council meeting, or I haven't been in the state of California for over 4 months. I had issues regarding the bridge on Barranca and South Garvey. That issue still has not been fixed. You guys had brought it up, saying that there's power lines, gas lines going in there. Are you guys just waiting for something to happen? Because right now, if you go there after 10 o'clock in the night, between 10 and 11, you will see that they are stealing powers. They have better lighting than I do in my room. All right. And they're stealing power from, I'm guessing, the same way the fire started last time, off of the light that's on South Garvey and Barranca, or they're stealing it from the other side. I know that it's county city issue. I've even asked to raise my gate that I have that's adjacent to the wash, so I don't get the bullshit that comes from the 5-star. I appreciate you guys cleaning up the 5-star. I really do. But I still have the homelesses jumping our fence, trying to steal, break into cars. I'm not going to pay the bullshit permit fee that you guys are asking me for to put 6 inches on it. The city should work with the county and try to get it raised. You guys know it's a continuous problem there. So let's see what we could do. And I expect an answer because I'm here for the next, month? And I will be here at every meeting asking you guys the same questions. And you guys know that if something happens underneath there, there's gas lines. Something's going to explode. Are you guys willing to take that chance? Because that's going to happen. And I will document it, telling you guys that I've been to 2 meetings and still, in 4 months I've been gone, nothing's been done. Out of that bridge, that intersection. There's kids that walk on that bridge every day. There's at least over 500 kids that walk on that bridge. And the fire department knows, code enforcement knows, they've done their hardest. Even the county, I haven't seen any county vehicles there, but I haven't been here, so I can't say. I do know that they have knocked out more of the brick wall that they had put up about 5 years ago when the first fire happened there. There's something that you guys have to do. You know, I understand the Hope Department can't do everything. They can't. Our city's not that big, but it isn't. They work during certain hours. So you guys need to have the Hope team split up on their hours. During 3 officers working the same shift, what does that do? Not a goddamn thing, in my personal opinion. Because I live in the city. I've lived here. I'm 38? Yeah, I'm 38. I've been here since I was 11 years old. I know how this city works. And I've been in trouble. I've been arrested. I know how this city works. I'm born and raised here, basically. And you could ask anyone in West Covina, they know who I am. But you guys aren't doing anything about this major issue. If something happens there with the kids, there's something going to happen. And I'm not willing to take that risk. I just don't want to because I'm preventing it for you guys. You guys have the across from In-N-Out. That used to be where they have the ICE agents. Their cars used to get broken all the time, too. Nothing happened there. The agents would just secure it. And they had armed security there 24 hours. There's something that you guys need to do. So I'll be waiting for an answer somewhat. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Stuart. Okay, next speaker, please.
Mario, followed by Glenn Kennedy.
One more thing, sorry. I didn't appreciate that you cut off the chief and Mr. Wu. I didn't appreciate that because there are questions. It doesn't matter if it's till 12 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Mario, followed by Glenn Kennedy.
All right, time starts. All right, no prepared speech today, just touching on a couple topics. First one is the Hope team. I really hope that you got pun intended that you guys really consider that. Just like in the past, certain contractors knew that, if they worked on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, they wouldn't get in trouble. So do the homeless and people there. They know what hours the Hope team is out and what times they're not. So if we can get a little bit more FaceTime out there, I think it would be it'd be good. Next thing, state of emergency. I'm just curious if you guys can comment on that. Letty, I know you work in Pasadena. To this date, I just checked today, only Los Angeles City, because of Pacific Palisades falls in there, Santa Monica and LA County, Altadena falls in that, have declared states of emergency. Other than that, West Covina is the only other city in LA County that has declared a state of emergency. I know we had some fallen trees, but I don't feel that the damage is to the extent of these other cities. Feel that dipping into that resource might be taken away from those that really, really need it. But again, a little elaboration on that would be nice. Lights during power outage. So I think it was the 7th of January. I left the city council meeting early. I was in my Jeep and decided to kind of drive around a couple of friends' houses. They were on vacation. Lights were out in South Hills area, West Covina High School, Woodside Village, Alpine Village, I'm not sure. Anyways, Long Cameron, Hollenbeck, all over the place. One thing that I did notice is certain areas had some flashing stop signs that were on because they're solar power with the batteries. Those were nice to have. Certain areas, code enforcement was able to put some, dividers, temporary stop signs, I guess, so to speak. But certain major intersections like Hollenbeck and Cameron, for instance, completely dark.
And certain neighborhoods, in that area just seemed like accidents were really prone to happen. So I don't know if there's, battery powered solar things that can be just added, even if it's just a tiny little red light to indicate, hey, there's something there, I think would be helpful. Let's see. What else do we have here? Yes, Cameron, the park. Guys took the bait. All right, so that area, just so you know, Councilman Gutierrez, the fence has been repaired. When I was there, 2 sections of that fence were completely removed. It was just inviting to kind of go in there. And as the saying goes, squeaky wheel gets the grease. Drove by there today. Fence is repaired. All good to go. Since that post, a couple of things have happened. To see the fence was fixed. Awareness was made of that area. And just so it's known, that is not necessarily a District 3 area. It is a part of West Covina. I understand that you guys get elected by districts, but once you're on the council, you're making decisions for the whole city of West Covina. So to all of you guys, good job on the grass growing there. Maybe put a sign, no press, or hey, we're growing grass and this will be open on a certain day. Or just a city, good point. Announcement saying, hey, this is what's going on over here. And the third thing that happened is, incepted seed was planted, maybe a dog park is there. We'll see. Where are we at, 120? All right. Last item on today's agenda is meeting efficiency. I did read at that. Seems like the focus on that is on oral communications. I don't know if maybe that could be moved, further up so we don't have to be here till midnight to hear about it. But if so, I packed the lunch and water, so we'll be here. And last, seeing if there's any update on Del Norte. I do go to the dog park there frequently. The pad in that playground, actually, no, the one at Cameron Park, that one is actually pretty messed up. One at Del Norte, good, kids are playing there. But yeah, just seeing an update, see if the developer has done anything. I think there's a master plan people are going to be discussing, so maybe that'll answer it. But that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Next speaker, please.
Glenn Kennedy.
I'll be short. Good evening, Council. I do support the Chief's efforts. I think we all should stand behind the Chief. I remember the old days when there was no Lakota. It was me, Letty, and Sue. We're the ones who went out and dealt with the homeless for a while. So with that, I'm here to invite you, the City Council, in fact, the whole community, Wednesday, February 12th, 6 o'clock at Hearst Ranch. We're going to have a community meeting. We want to address, like every city, we have our issues. We want to address the issues going on in our city, and we want to move forward in a positive direction, a positive way. We want to be part of the city. Everything is so damn negative. I want to be positive.
How positive you are?
I would like to get a few committees together. And we have issues. We have homelessness. We have street lights. We have things that people are constantly complaining about. And we need to go in a new direction and maybe get a few committees together and deal with it in a positive manner. We got to deal with it anyway. So I'm inviting you all and to come down and see what happens. So thank you very much. It's nice seeing everybody. I'll answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you for your input. Any other speaker?
No, Mayor.
Before I hand over to our city manager to answer, I want to answer Sheree regarding she say I cut the police chief off. Okay. It's a presentation. It's not a department matter to discuss. So we want to have he present, and we want to consider, and we will have next meeting. Then we are going to put the department matter. Then we will go to discussion. Then we will full long forever to discuss. But presentation is just for chief to present, and not too much of an answer question. Okay, and the city manager, go ahead.
Good evening again. Just wanted to thank Johanna for the library updates. We greatly appreciate it when you guys come and share what's going on at the library. There was a comment about our officers not providing tickets or not enforcing the law equally, and I don't think that's a fair statement. Our officers enforce the law equally among all residents. If they see a violation, they respond to it. Chirac, I just wanted to give you an update. We will be bringing back, I think there's going to be a review before the Planning Commission, an update on the 5-star, the first meeting in February. So I hope you attend that. I know you're passionate about that site. The Barranca Bridge has been an issue that I think all of our departments are aware of. And we are working with the county because it's over the county wash. And so there's areas that our staff members cannot access. And so that's why there has to be that collaborative effort. But we understand that it is an issue, and we're working with the county to address it. We've spent thousands of dollars trying to reinforce the openings on the areas that our staff is able to access. Individuals have been able to break through. I think the last improvement has remained. And so we're going to try to do that to all 4 sides of the access to the bridge point. The county has changed the fencing that leads up to the access points, I guess is what we're going to call them. And so that people can't climb those fences because they're a lot smaller than the normal chain link fence. And so I was out there, I believe, last month with county staff, with city staff, looking at ways that we can address it on a permanent basis, because it's a drain on resources to keep having our public works staff go out there, our HOPE team go out there. And so I'd rather spend money on a permanent fix for that site. There are complexities because there's a space there, there's utility lines there, the county needs to see through the bridge. And so through all of these issues, we're trying to come up with a permanent solution to address that site. And then there is comments about West Covina being the only city that filed a state of emergency. In LA County without fire. No, San Marino also filed a state of emergency. I don't know that they had any fire damage. Sierra Madre as well. So regardless if like I had mentioned earlier, as the council members, as the city manager, we're here to serve the residents of West Covina. And so we did receive damage in our community that we needed to address. And so we understand that it's not to the extent other cities, and we're grateful that it wasn't that bad, but we do need to respond to the damage that we did incur. And then, yes, the fence has been fixed since this afternoon for Cameron Park. Just thank Glenn for the invitation for the February 12th community meeting at Hearst Ranch, and I think that concludes my presentation.
Great. Council Member Gutierrez?
Yeah, and I think there was a comment by Mario about Down Norte Park. So at the first meeting in January, I was able to, with the council support, direct city staff to start the RFP process for early February, and that is going to be presented to the council the selection of an RFP to start the dog park and restroom renovations. Will be presented to the city council at the April 15, 2025 meeting to start that work.
Okay, thank you. Other member want to say something? Otherwise, I want to add, I think Mario has a good suggestion. Maybe we need to post something, no trespassing till what day they will open for public. But right now, you don't have. I went there, it's no sign, nothing. So I just squeeze in. Okay, so I don't know. Okay, I didn't even know. Okay, the grass need to be held till this and that because it doesn't have any sign. I think it's a good point. Thank you so much. I think we need to post something because February 25th is still almost a month. So we need to post something to people know we need that grass to heal, to put the roots into it so they can survive. And it looks beautiful. It looks so nice. I think entice the neighborhood so good. So I think everybody's happy about that. Any other thing you want to speak? And another thing I want to talk about emergency thing. We had a lot of hail, okay, and especially hillside and Gloucester Park. Okay, we have an issue, big fire almost burned down the hillside. And we do not want anything happen to our residents. I think it's important for our firefighter, everybody to go there to make sure water down, all this kind of overgrown. We don't want anything happen to our resident. I hope you understand. So we need to proactive to act on the thing rather than later on too little too late. So anyway, hopefully you understand what we're trying to do is protect our resident. Okay, and we go to consent calendar. Okay, and we never end. Okay, go ahead, council member.
Real fast. Mayor Wu brought up a great subject about why the city declared an emergency. And so one of the things that happens when huge trees fall in cities and other ways that affect our city in down power lines and other issues that occurred during the windstorms from the Santa Ana winds. One of the things why a city declares a state of emergency is to try to recoup some of the funding that it takes to dispatch emergency services, having our tree contractor come out on an emergency basis. As you saw in the picture from our city manager earlier, one of the huge trees out there on Sunset fell down on a truck. So that's a situation where we had to dispatch our tree contractor to cut that tree up and take it off the main roadway. So a emergency declaration may potentially help the city recoup some of the funding that went into responding to the Santa Ana wind event. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, and let's move to consent calendars. Okay, any city council want to pull anything from the item? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll pull item number 3, 6, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
No, 10, 11 is already department matter. Consent calendars end at number 7.
So that would be
1 to 7. 1 to
3
7.
and 6.
3 and 6. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the rest? So 3 and 6 have been pulled. Okay. The rest, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. I have a motion move and a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Roll call, please.
I have a motion by Councilman Contos, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado to approve consent calendar items with the exception of number 3 and number 6. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, a motion to approve one besides 3 and 6, and number 3 and Council Member Gutierrez, please.
Let's see, sir.
Regarding the conflict of interest.
So I believe there were some positions coming off on that subject. I think some positions were coming off because they're not currently filled. If it's okay with the council, I would like to put a provision in there that if those positions were to become available again, that those positions will be required to file a Form 700.
City Attorney, you okay with that?
And typically what we do, if it changes, we can bring it back to you for an amendment, but we can add that caveat in there so they will have to.
Are you okay with the caveat?
Yeah.
Okay, any city council against that? Okay, do you want to move the motion to approve?
Yeah, I'll make a motion with that provision in there.
Okay, and do I have a second? Second by, Councilman Kento. And the roll call, please.
Motion by Councilmember Gutierrez to add a caveat that if a position that was removed is filled, it would be back on the list, with a second by Councilman Contos. For transparency, I'll read the title of the council item. Number 3, consideration of amendments to the City of West Covina's Conflict of Interest Code. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye. Okay, motion to approve and then move to agenda number 5. Go ahead.
Number 6. 6.
Oh, number 6. I'm so sorry. Okay, number 6, please.
Yes. So number 6, a consideration of order of agreement for the city's Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So my understanding, before I address my questions, my understanding is that the contractor's here today to also present on his proposal.
Correct.
Okay. Mayor, can we have him come present?
Staff has prepared a presentation as well as the vendor. Would you like to get the
All right. I guess we could do. both.
Okay, and city managers who will present this item on number 6.
Roxanne Lerma, our Assistant City Manager.
So have a seat, please. Our Assistant City Manager go first, and we will invite you. You are going to on the spot, okay? Don't worry. Okay, and Assistant City Manager, go ahead.
Absolutely. Mayor Wu, members of the City Council, it is my absolute pleasure to bring before you tonight a proposal, or excuse me, for your consideration, an award of an agreement for the City of West Covina's Parks and Recreation Master Plan. This is a long time coming. I am looking at you, Mayor Pro Tem. I know that you are absolutely passionate about Parks and Recreation. That is the field that you have chosen to dedicate your life's work. I also know that equally dear colleagues on the council are just as enthusiastic and excited about this as well. To speak briefly about the RFP process, because I do want to give the proposed contractor the opportunity to share what they have in store for you. The City of West Covina did release an RFP in February of 2024. Proposals were due in April of 2024. Proposals were evaluated by a committee made up of city staff that included representatives from the city manager's office, public works, community development, and community services, with the funding, or excuse me, with the fees associated, the cost centers being scored by the finance department. So you did have a group effort, a team effort in reviewing the proposals for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. We received a total of 3 proposals and invited the top 2 to come back for interviews. It was through that interview process that the committee determined that we wanted to bring forward RJM for your consideration. So at this time, I would like to invite up Kristen from RJM. She's going to share a little bit more about what they have in store, answer any of your questions, and then I am also available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Kristen Schnell. I'm going to be the project manager for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and I also have Zach Meeting here with me, who will also be working on the project. The purpose of having a Parks and Recreation Master Plan is to have a roadmap or a guide to manage and develop all your city parks, recreation facilities, and programs offered. Our process could be broken down into 5 phases. First, we'll look at the inventory of existing conditions, and then we'll go out for our extensive community outreach, which is the most important part of the project. And then we'll develop our needs assessment that leads into the recommendations, and finally, funding and implementation strategy to develop those recommendations. Our timeline is an 8-month timeline to get this project done, with the outreach happening between March and July. Part of the existing conditions analysis is looking at the, next slide please, looking at the community profile, which includes the demographics, where people live and what the characteristics of those neighborhoods are, as well as looking at the inventory of parks and facilities, your 16 parks and 6 or 7 community centers, and where those are located in residential developments. We're also looking at the inventory of programs offered and participation in those programs. And then finally, as I mentioned, the most important part, the extensive community engagement, which is an inclusive outreach process offering many opportunities for residents and park users to participate. We have the one-on-one stakeholder interviews, the statistically valid multimodal survey, which goes out to the whole community and is representative of the community demographics. We have several community workshops in person and online for everyone to attend. And then finally, we'll have a project website that will announce all the outreach events, the results from those outreach events, and have a feedback survey that's available 24/7 that people could put whatever they want. It's open-ended. And as I mentioned, late March, beginning April, we'll launch the project website to the community and advertise that it's available and get everyone involved. We have a plan to have QR codes, posters, A-frames, really get the word out there that this project is happening. Is there any questions? Yes.
Oli, go Oli first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kristen, good evening.
Hi.
Hi there. Can you describe the strategies for reaching out to the schools and the schools around the area and the related school districts to optimize participation of families, especially the kids themselves who would probably have a lot to say about what they like to see at their parks?
Yeah, definitely. The youth are our most park users, right? So we will encourage the school district to pass out flyers and get those flyers into the school children's backpacks so they get home and they know when the meetings are that their parents could take them to. And also at city events, we'll have pop-up booths and we could, take surveys there too. And we have paper surveys and online surveys.
So would you also be willing to go to the various schools, let's say before and after school, to just pass out flyers to parents? Or how is that also part of the way this will work, to have boots on the ground to optimize awareness of these different input opportunities?
Yeah, all outreach methods will go through the city department. So we'll use their connections, their partnerships that they've already established to find the right people to get those flyers out and the word out.
Thank you.
And then we'll also be posting on the city's social medias, too.
Thanks.
Yes. What was the? So you're going to start. You'll start in March or April.
We're actually going to start probably sooner than that. We'll have the kickoff meeting with the city team and go out, tour all the parks, do the park inventory and a condition assessment and the program inventory and assessment. And then, so that's probably the first couple months or month. And then we'll launch the website late March.
And
start the outreach March through July.
And when is, after this meeting, if the council approves this, how long would it before you provide the contractor at authorization to proceed, Paulina?
So once we get authorization from council, there is a routing process that we have to go through with our contracts. And so that usually can take a couple weeks. I believe we already got their approval of the terms of the contract. So now it's just a matter of routing it and getting the necessary insurance.
Okay, great. And then on your proposed fee schedule on page 27, it says hourly rates will be escalated each August 1st in accordance with any increase in the consumer price index or other mutually agreed upon cost index, beginning with August 1st, 2025. Provisions for fee escalation pertain to all contract extensions and additional work. What defines a contract extension and what defines additional work?
Contract extension would be if the period is extended, which we don't anticipate that happening. Additional work might be additional meetings requested or things requested by the city.
Okay, so contract extension only pertains to if the city's requesting additional services that therefore will potentially extend the project out?
Right, but that's not in itself a fee to extend the time.
So it's not like if you can't complete the job in 8 months, then you're going to charge us for the additional? No? Okay, great. And great. And so it'll take up to 8 months before this is all done?
Well, depending on reviews and approvals, we've proposed an 8-month schedule.
And how much, or maybe Paulina knows this answer to, what is the time frame for public input how long would public input be open for?
If I believe Kristen said from March to July will be public input.
March, April,
Keep the feedback
May, June, July.
open until the very end of the project.
Is there a reason why we need what was it? April? I'm sorry, when?
I believe she said starting
March through July, we have
March, April, May, June, July. 5 months.
yes, we have.
I think the public will speak before 5 months. So is there a way to shorten that public period? Because I think that's I don't think it's going to take 5 months before the public could respond. Maybe.
Well, we have several methods of outreach. So we have a phone survey that lasts a couple weeks that goes out to the entire community. We have 3 workshops. Each of those surveys are open 2 weeks. So it takes about a week to summarize and post the results. We have a sports organization survey that we're doing, and the stakeholder interviews.
Okay, yeah. I guess we'll discuss this after with the colleagues, and I know.
Okay, let's all the council have a chance.
So.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, and I do appreciate it. I do appreciate the timeline, the details of everything, the methodology that you're inputting, and I agree, different season, everybody's here during different times. So based on your timeline, you are able to capture everybody that's out there that is needed for all ages, all levels, and, those who might not come out in the winter, you capture them, especially peak time during the summer when everybody's actually utilizing the fields. I just want to make sure, I know you said pop up at events. Are you also going to be at like the local parks or just in general, or just kind of keep it in the surveys and having them come to you?
What we've done in the past is we've posted the QR code to the website at the parks, so people could look at that, and the website's really the holder of all the information of what the project's about, when are the meetings, and what the results of those meetings are. So we like to promote that, and then.
So the QR, that sheet will be posted in every facility, even outdoor park space as well? Okay.
That is, yes, Mayor Pro Tem, that is correct. The intent is to capture as many users as possible, but while at the same time publicizing that Parks Master Plan website so that the community can continue to remain engaged and see that it is a transparent process.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, and other city council, then you want to say something? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, Councilwoman Diaz.
I'm glad that so far, the timeline is something that I was interested in. I wanted to find out who you were going to be reaching out to and what your process was, and I like that. I'm encouraged by that. And QR code, I think it's great. So I'm really looking forward to finding out what you have for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Diaz. Okay, let me say something. Okay, and I think it's the point. I let everybody have a chance. Then I want to pitch in my question. So the thing is very simple. Is that we've been waiting for this for a long time. I think we're asking this many years ago, many moons ago. Okay, so and finally now it's a petition, and finally you hear talking this and that, and hopefully we can get this thing done, and we can have all the input from our residents to see our 16 park. Not too many cities have that many parks. Okay, I know, like for example, La Pointe, they only have a 1.5 park, and we have a 16 parks. So we need to really have this park plan and see how we're going to utilize, and all our resident, the shareholder, stakeholder can have input. I think that's important. Another thing is that when I want to ask for the city manager, even they're going to do this 8 months, but in the meantime, if you want to fix this, the skate park, because that one is need to fix ASAP. I don't want any delay because it's wait for another year, and then we can go to another part is going to decay. So during that time, what should we do with all the improvement? Go ahead.
If I may, through the chair, if I may, one of the nice things about a parks master plan is that it is a flexible process. So there are ways that we would prioritize the work, and we incorporate the work that would be done at the skate park, or any of the other improvements that are needed because of hazards or that council has identified as a priority as part of that plan. So that wouldn't slow work down.
Got it. Okay, because last time we have Madam AI regarding the Orangewood, sports center and this and that, including in this master plan. So everything will be redundant. Okay, so everything should be gold at the same time and make things happen.
So the goal with the Parks Master Plan, or one of the goals of the Parks Master Plan, is really to create a living document, but it's also a planning tool for now and in the future. So the Parks Master Plan will capture all of that information. And then just real quick, if I may speak briefly on Orangewood, we are in the process of developing an RFP. I did share, the city manager is aware of this as well, for the playground and other improvements that had been discussed previously by the city council. So that is still moving forward. Once the contract is fully executed, they will be brought up to speed on that as well.
Yes, okay, but it's the fixing the bathroom. We're talking about much bigger pictures, meaning we are making including the hockey arena, and dog park and skate park and the swimming pool, everything that in the area we can consolidate into a center that including the Orangewood soccer field. Let's concentrate in one area with all diverse, different kind of activity, and we need to make it as a center because they can be utilized by entire city. As it will be a proud area that should be included in your master plan. And let's see from our Mother Mayor, from the Brian Gutierrez, council member Brian Gutierrez already. So that could be including that. Okay, so rather than he had all the idea and it is not. So we want to make sure we're in the same page. So we're moving together. And the last thing I want to say before I hand over to Councilman Kento, and I said it from the beginning of this year when I take over, this mayorship is a year of action. We want action. We want things get done. We want to think, we can see the improvement. So hopefully we don't have a delay and other excuses. We right away get the thing done. Put the thing together. And this gentleman wants to say things. He dressed all up. Maybe you want to say something. You want to come out, say something? Yeah, come. Okay. Yeah, I don't want you all dressed up to party. I didn't go there, no place to go.
Thank you so very much for inviting me up. I appreciate that. I'm really happy to be invited out to places. And
you look very nice. Go ahead.
This is an incredibly fun process. I enjoy these because we get to meet the community. We get to have a dialogue with the community, your community, and find out what they want so you can maximize your investment into your parks and recreation. We're looking forward to this project. This is going to be a great process. We will deliver it on time for you with a very close attention to detail, make sure everything is attended.
So your position is?
I'm sorry?
Your position is a partner, or you are the?
I'm the president of RJM Design Group. I'm the principal.
You're the president.
Yes,
okay.
I work very closely.
You're the big shot. Okay. You're the boss. Okay. Maybe we can negotiate the price. Okay. The boss is here. Not the middleman.
Well, I must say I am married and I have a boss that I
yeah.
It's really just in title only.
I think just my boss over there. We just see the birthday for her. Okay. And Councilman Kento, we have a boss over here. You want to have a question for him?
Oh, yes, Zach, it's good to see you. Wanted to ask in light of the things that you're going to be doing, to what extent will you be optimizing postcard and other direct hard copy awareness around the radius around each of the parks? I know that you earlier it was discussed that it would be going through some city resources, but the thing that's really of concern to me and others I'm sure here is that we want to optimize hearing from a lot of people, not just a few. And so can you provide further, based on all of your experience and all that you're bringing to the table, can you lay out a broad vision of how you're going to get a lot of people providing input to us on each of the parks?
It's a two-part answer to that one. One, we leverage all the technology available to us. So I like that you had mentioned postcards and as well as old paper surveys. I'm a firm believer in making sure that people can participate any way they want to, any way they can, any way they're comfortable. So we have both qualitative and quantitative measures to actually reach out to the community. As Kristen said earlier, we go through quite an extensive process. The multimodal survey is done through phone, cell phone, landline, email, as well as some paper elements is there too. We also will make sure that there are paper surveys in community centers so that people can get access to those if they want to. We'll have a number of different A-frames and multimedia messaging systems to go out to the community at large. So that way, we always have an opportunity for people to take part in the system at the end as well, too. If somebody misses a survey, somebody misses a phone call, or they miss the workshops, I hope everybody comes to. My jokes haven't changed at all in probably 15 years. So I really hope people do come up, and so I can get some new faces and an opportunity to get a few more laughs. But if they miss that event, well, then we have the feedback button on the website, so people can always take advantage of that. And we also have several different options within that website to make sure it's accessible as much as possible to everybody through all sorts of different elements, utilizing that technology to leverage and languages to utilize the technology to get as much a return on investment for the outreach as possible.
And if I also may interject as well, and this is something that I haven't shared with them yet, I will be coordinating with them once the contract is fully executed to design a page in the Discover that's going to be informational per the city manager's direction. So for your information, the Discover is mailed to all of our residents, all of our households in West Covina. There's also a digital version. So we will make sure that that information is in the Discover and that we really make it an attractive advertisement, an informational advertisement, so really capture the community's attention and get them excited for their involvement.
Thank you.
Okay, the Council Member Gutierrez.
Yeah. Let's see. My question will be also, will your plan also incorporate all the ADA regulations that are out there with the Americans with Disability Act to make sure your designs or ideas are also in compliance with the ADA? And I also think our city did a study on our city facilities that they could also share you, so you're also aware of some of the ADA compliance stuff that we need to address too in our parks plan. Also, come back to me.
Want to come back?
Yeah, come. This is my turn. Go ahead, go let me.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Quick question. How long is a survey? Because my concern is it might be too long, boring, and people just say, forget it. Most surveys are like that in general. Like, it's engaging, exciting.
Your balls look very interesting, man.
Yeah, how long is a survey? Is it engageful? Is there photos? Is it just more like just read and the level of reading? Is it easy? So that is important.
Yeah, we work with the city team to develop the surveys, but the multimodal survey is 10 to 12 minutes. It has maybe 20 questions, and then the workshop surveys are very brief. They have about 5 questions, and they play off each other. Each workshop is different. So workshop 1 is big picture. Workshop 2 is looking specifically at parks, facilities, program needs. And workshop 3 is coming back to the community with everything we've heard and a long list of park needs and program needs that came out of all the outreach efforts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and you want more? Okay, go ahead.
I remember now.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just like the mayor mentioned earlier about Orangewood Park, because of the mayor and my colleagues, great things are coming to Orangewood and down Norte Park. And, one of the things that the council approved through a council request was to actually incorporate Orangewood Park and renaming it Orangewood Sports Center. Another thing that we addressed through a council approval request was actually titling the Orangewood, not only titling the project name for Orangewood Park as a Orangewood Sports Center Community Dream Project, because it's putting imagination into the project. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion.
I'll second.
Okay, and we have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, and the second by Council Member Gutierrez. I'm sorry. Okay, Councilman Oli, next time you go first.
That's okay.
Okay, roll call, please.
Yes, this is item number 6, consideration of award of agreement for the city's Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye. Congratulations. Okay, let's do a good job. Action.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate. Okay, next agenda, please. I think that would be number 8, right?
Yes, it's the first departmental matters. And Kelly McDonald, the assistant to the city manager, will be providing the presentation. Before he gets started, I just want to share with council the presentation of the report before you provides various options. Tonight, we are asking for council to provide us direction into which options you guys would like for us to pursue and bring that back to finalize those that option. So I will have Kelly present those options.
Good evening. This matter concerns the consideration of grant writing in federal lobbyist services. The city relies on various sources of special funding to provide services to the public. Historically, the city has practiced a more common approach of seeking grant funding for its projects and activities, with each department researching, applying for, and managing their grants. Attachment 1 lists grant funding opportunities to which the city has applied or had active grants in 2024, with $10.3 million in awards listed. The list also includes grants submitted on the city's behalf by TransTech as part of the engineering services they provide. Over the past 5 years, the city has also received $28.5 million in federal funding. Attachment 2 provides schedules of expenditures of federal awards over this period. Additionally, $8 million in congressional appropriations were awarded in recent years. $2 million was included in the proposed congressional bill for the fiscal year 2025 federal budget. However, this is yet to be finalized. In February 2024, Councilmember Contos requested that the city explore hiring a Washington, D.C. lobbyist. At the same meeting, then Councilmember Wu requested that the city explore hiring a grant writing team, and this report is in response to those requests. Relative to the grant writing team, staff developed a request for proposals seeking a team that specializes in management of the overall grant process. The scope of work is bulleted in the report. RFP 2024-08 was posted in May. 15 proposals were received in June. The proposals were evaluated, scored, and ranked based on the criteria shown in the report, and scores and ranks are shown in the second table. Most of the vendors provided hourly rates, so the project cost would depend upon the tax and the complexity. 4 of the vendors provided a rate for a monthly retainer, translating into an annual cost of $32,400 to $102,000 per year. Based on the proposal of the highest ranked vendor, Avant-Garde, costs by project are estimated to range from $3,500 to $13,500 per grant. This slide shows some additional information regarding the top 3 scoring proposers, showing the average hourly rates. None of the top 3 were retainer-based. The office locations, all in Southern California, and ranges of experience from 14 to 22 years. Relative to the federal lobbyist, staff developed a request for proposal seeking a consultant to network with lawmakers to advocate for project funding. Scope of the work is bulleted in the report, and a similar process and timeline as the grant writer, with proposals evaluated, ranked, and based on the criteria shown in the report, and scores and ranks shown in the table in the report. The RFP was posted in May. 6 proposals were received. And for this type of work, it's standard that a monthly retainer fixed fee is the standard. And based on those received, the annual cost was determined to be between $42,000 and $150,000 per year. The highest ranked proposer was Townsend Public Affairs at $42,000. Additional information of the top 3 proposers is provided on this slide with monthly retainer rates, office locations, and ranges of experience from 26 to 37 years. So again, staff is seeking direction regarding the identified alternatives, which include contracting a grant writing consultant, developing an approved vendor list for grant writing, seeking or exploring a city position specifically for grant writing, enhancing the current grant writing processes and practices, contracting a federal lobbyist, and enhancing current practices for legislative advocacy. These alternatives are summarized in the report. And relative to options regarding the RFPs, the City Council may award to Avant-Garde and direct staff to return with a proposed agreement and funding source for council consideration. For a grant writing team, the council may decide to award to the top 5 firms and direct staff to return with proposed agreements and funding sources for consideration. Relative to a new position, council may reject all the proposals and direct staff to explore the creation of a new city position for the writing and management of grants, and or may also reject all proposals and continue to have staff operate as currently with some enhancements in coordination. Relative to federal lobbyist RFP 2024-09, council may award Townsend Public Affairs and direct staff to return with a proposed agreement and funding source for consideration, or reject all proposals and have staff continue to work directly with the legislator's office. And of course, alternative direction is always an option. This last slide includes or summarizes the fiscal impact shown in the fiscal impact section for the alternatives identified. Is a broad range of potential costs ranging from negligible to upwards of $267,000, and any alternative would be funded by funded from the general fund. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you so much, Kelly. Okay, and do we have a member want to discuss first? Who want to go first? Okay, and Councilman. Okay, Councilman Ollie Kento, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate you putting this report together, Kelly. With regard to Townsend, and I guess just even more broadly speaking, I'd like to ask about the extent to which it was considered that any entity already has a number of clients within the local area who could end up competing for that firm's attention. It's something that I just wanted to ask just more. Can you describe more deeply the criteria that you used for the federal lobbyist firm, and how did you end up doing the scoring? Can you just provide more detail on that, please?
Sure. Well, the criteria was just the completeness of the proposal, relevant experience and qualifications, capacity to perform based on our interpretation and the reading of the proposal, and the proposed cost was weighted by finance. And so that's really kind of the swing. Those were broad. The proposals were fairly similar in what they could accomplish and what they proposed. The cost variance was between $42,000 and $150,000 were wide, and that was 20% of the or 20 points, 20% of the scoring. So that kind of vacillated on that. The top two were fairly close, 2 points away from each other.
Can you name them, please, just for accessibility?
Yes, Townsend and Carpian Clay, and the third was Delta Development.
Okay, and so how did you measure the experience of the firms in terms of determining their effectiveness with successfully lobbying for grant funding?
Looking at the years of service as well as a track record presented in the proposal.
So how did you measure the track record of the different firms in terms of their success in lobbying for funding for their clients?
just looking at looking at what they presented in terms of their proposal, the dollar amounts and the types of grants that they received or the federal funding that they received.
Can you highlight that? That's just I need you to.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have details. I can get back with you on that, and any direction that's decided here is going to require us to come back with a subsequent report, and in that case, we could provide you some additional detail.
Okay, thank you. I'm thinking, Mr. Mayor, that just in light of the need for further detail with regard to the lobbyist considerations, that we probably need to look at it more deeply, because there are a number of questions that I need clarification on. And what we need to look at with regard to the lobbyists, and this is something that I'm intimately familiar with, that we need to look not just on the longevity of firms, but also their success level, and contextually speaking, the relationships that they have in the current political climate. And so that needs to be factored in for us to be able to ascertain from any lobbying firm that we hire that they have the current relationships with the most influential leaders in Congress, because it isn't simply going to a member of Congress and asking for funds, let's say our Congressman Gil Cisneros in our case, but it also entails securing buy-in from the leadership of Congress. And it also entails making sure to get that successfully across. It also would entail making sure that they can describe to us the timeline throughout the year of what is done to secure appropriations. And there is a specific way that that's done. And it's important for us to see their understanding of that and the extent to which they can tailor their lobbying efforts to the things that we are asking for, because without that, and simply looking at numbers alone without context, we run into the possible danger of spending money where we're not going to get the return. The purpose of either of these, whether it's for grants or for lobbyists, is that we receive far more than what we spend. Otherwise, it's a waste. I mean, this is really important that we move forward with great care about this. So at least those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very good point. And Council Member Gutierrez, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Council Member Cantos brings up some good points. I think you also have to, when you do this RFP process, you have to look at proposed projects relating to the city of West Covina, and try to incorporate some of that details into the RFP so we could get competitive bidding with companies who are able to successfully obtain funding for municipalities, those who have a track record in securing funding for municipalities in sizes compared to our city. So I think looking and putting a criteria in the RFP that asks is that they put part of their packet details about other projects they've worked on, specifically projects that they worked on in municipalities compared to our size of city. And what did they secure? What grant did they secure specifically? Because I think all that will be instrumental and helpful to determine if a lobbyist is needed. I also want to say, I know Mayor Wu worked very hard with Congresswoman Grace Napolitano, and because of the mayor's advocacy, he was able to secure $7 million from the Honorable Congresswoman Grace Napolitano. And I just want to say thank the mayor again, but also thank our Congresswoman for all the work she did for this community and for securing over $7 million for the city of West Covina. I think that's important to factor in. So I think if we could somehow attach to the packet some of those proposals so we could review them as well, I think it will be helpful for us to determine if we even want to go down that route and to see firsthand, for us to make a determination what the top three can bring to our community if we do decide to go down that route. And so when it comes to lobbyists. That's my questions for now.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember Gutierrez. Okay, I can hear. Okay, the two member already thinking about okay, and maybe table this or continue this for further because we need more information. But before I want to make a motion, or anybody make a motion for continue or table this, and other city council want to talk about this. Hold on, you want? Well, yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's give them a chance.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just looking at all the proposal scores for grant writing and federal lobbyists, and I mean the highest score is an 88. Nobody scored in the 90s, and it concerns me. Also, I'm not sure of what the success rate in acquiring the funds because I don't want to bring in somebody and then we spend more on them than what they can bring in. Yeah. So that is a big factor of I mean, it's almost like doing construction projects or anything. You don't want hourly rate because you end up getting screwed because if you don't know, they're going to just charge you more hours and that's probably due to their competency or just pushing that. So hourly rate always concerns me. I prefer project. And, I know the potential cost, $3,500 to $13,500. Now, how is that? Is there a percentage and ratio based on this grant that this is a potential, $10,000 grant and they're going to charge us $13,000 for it? It just we wanted to see the full picture of everything. I was going through the other stuff. I don't want the city staff to lose a relationship or things that is already proven. So the grants that they put in yearly would like for that to still continue. Now, if there's a possibility that there's a way that the grant writers can help you improve and get more, then yes. I mean, we would love for that connection. But just those are the things that was in my mind, and I just wanted to mention that when you look forward into bringing these things, and just wanted to say that. That's it.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yeah, I guess we're talking about all subjects here, but So and when we come to state grant writing, I know we had a call with the Department of Finance, with the city manager and the city attorney. And I know I asked our state lobbyists on status on different grants and different issues affecting our city, and I asked him, did he help also assist in making sure that he was able to market our RFP in Sacramento, and he said no, and that he also recommended a potential company. So I think. I know, especially for the lobbyist part and the grant part, and the whole packet, honestly, it needs to be more detailed and if possible. And so when it comes to the grant writing part, I think it's important that we also seek advice from the lobbyists that we currently pay for Sacramento. I think that's why we're paying him to get some good feedback and some opinions from him as well. Also, when it comes to potentially hiring a potential assistant city manager position, I think there needs to be more details. I think the numbers here on this sheet displays the total burden, but doesn't show what the base cost is and with benefits and so forth costs. So I think it's important for the council to see both, for they could know what's the best decision to make on this issue. I know when it comes to an assistant city manager, first and foremost, I want to say, Kelly, you've done a great job, and Alex and our fire department for applying for grants. And, I just want to make sure that we get you additional resources. And, one of the things I recommended was a potential assistant city manager to help lead the force in working, collaborating with each of our current grant writers and looking at ways to maximize our potential in securing funding. With my background, I understand the importance of grants. I understand that, in various occasions, there's potential for us, potential to apply for millions and millions of dollars in in resources that are out there. And I know it's a hard process, and I think by establishing a assistant city manager position, by adding additional requirements to that position, such as having extensive federal knowledge in grant writing and state grant writing, having a mandatory track record in securing federal and state grant writing, requiring that person also has an established record in managing individuals in the grant process. I know and I believe will bring and attract millions of dollars to the taxpayers of West Covina. And I'll make a motion when we're ready after.
Okay, you can make a motion first.
Okay.
We can still speak.
Yes.
Okay, and still discuss, but you can make a motion to table it.
I was going to make a motion to ask the city to go back into an RFP, republish the RFP, incorporating some of the points that Councilmember Cantos pointed out, some points that I pointed out, some points that Mayor Pro Tem, the mayor, and the Councilwoman Diaz also had some points. No, okay. So some of the points we brought out, I think it's important to...
Okay, I know your motion kind of confusing. Okay, it's a long motion. Okay, so city manager, what you want to say?
So the RFP has been issued and has been closed, and so at this point we can't make any changes. The council can either elect to select a vendor or reject all the bids. Those are the options that we have.
I go to bed.
So I'll make a motion to reject all bids relating to federal lobbyists and state grant writing, and those RFPs be reposted on the city's website, incorporating what the council indicated today. And also at the same time, once those publications have been posted, that at the same time you bring back the subject matter as well of hiring a assistant city manager with specialty in grant writing.
So when we bring back the proposals, we'll bring back the options. Okay.
Yes.
I think the council member request is including the councilman Canto regarding the more detail, okay, and the successful rate, and they just mentioned about. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And can you accept his motion?
Yes.
Okay, and so we have a first. Do we have a second? And do we have second? A second. Okay, before we vote, I want to put a comment, not a question. I think the point is this. Okay, I think we still under like $200 million of budget. If you compare with Pasadena, 135 million population, and their budget is 900, almost 1 billion. They have a lot of grant. And recently, Pasadena just get a grant for $1 million for mental health from the federal. And how they get it is not from health department, it's the independent. And why can we apply the same thing as we are almost 120,000 population? Okay, we need a grant writer and to get annually about almost like, let's say 900,000, close to $1 million from the federal government give us a mental health. Okay, so we can help our homeless, okay, and helps the issue we have, okay, in our city. I think that is the issue. And same thing about Montebello. I checked with Stan. They have a lot of grant too. So, and their budget, even they are smaller population, their budget bigger than ours. So I think we need to increase our budget, increase our grant, increase the revenue, increase our, okay, income. Okay, and the grant is a major income. And like, for example, we got a $7 million from, okay, our previous congresswoman, because she willing to help us, and she put it onto the motion, and the Congress approved. And so this is so important, and otherwise we won't get this $7 million. So I think this is important for our colleague and try to help the city. We pay taxes, and we have a federal and state, and they have so many grants, and we really need to apply those grants, and we are fighting with other city. I know ENR for the COG, for the, state, they have a grant for our park, for our so-called hiking area. If we want to do the hiking area, they have a grant for us. And I remember I sent this to a previous city manager, but nothing happened. So hopefully with all these 5 of us and pushing to grant, including the detail, federal and state, and we can get our fair share taxes come back. So if that, any other want to add any comment? Otherwise, roll call, please.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Gutierrez, a second by Councilman Contos, to reject all bids and bring it back and rebid, bringing together all of council's comments that was made tonight. And this is for item number 8, consideration of grant writing and federal lobbyists. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye, motion approved. And next agenda, number 9, regarding street sweeping, who is going to present this?
Mayor, I have one question.
Oh, go ahead.
When can we expect that to go back to RFP, and when can we expect it to be presented back to the city council? Just so I can write it down in my notes.
Let us confirm with staff internally when that a time frame is. We can provide you a time frame, and I can provide that via email.
Yeah, we want ASAP.
Yeah. So.
I understand. I figured.
We went down it yesterday.
So I'm assuming
We did it yesterday.
Can we say that the RFP will be reissued by early March?
Oh yeah.
No, much early, maybe February.
Can we say that it will be issued in the end of February?
Yes.
To be presented back to the city council by the second meeting of March?
Well, it depends how long you want the RFP to be open, because if you give it a short time frame, that limits the people that can respond. So usually it's.
But we don't want to miss out on all the grants that are out there before spring. So
exactly.
Yeah. So I think ideally that should be enough time for you guys.
No, hold on. Yeah. He always go to March. I want to go to February. Can we do February? Let's make it February.
To post the RFP, we can do it by February.
Yeah. Okay. No, don't wait for March. When are you going to bring back to us? So if she can send an IP first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
send an IP and bring back maybe the second meeting of February.
How long is RFP normally out?
Oh, yeah.
Let's start there.
So
how long is
we
RFP out?
could get the RFP reposted by the end of February. Then we have to leave it open or posted for a month so that we can ensure we get good vendors to or not good, but a good number of vendors to respond. And then we have to evaluate them and then bring them back before the council and prepare the staff report. So that's what's going to take some time.
Got it. Okay. So let's send out IP ASAP, but at the same time, we approach some of the reputable company. They've been around, okay, and hopefully we can, kind of notify them that we send our IP, maybe they can bid on it, so we can have their credential and their success, and record. The thing is this: we want a success record that they can bring the grant to us rather than waste the money and doing nothing.
And Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
To ensure that our points are appropriately incorporated, can the staff please interact with us so we can make sure that it is clear that what you put out is reflective of what we're actually asking for, just to minimize any misunderstanding?
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys okay with that?
Yeah.
Move on.
Yeah, I just want to say, so just so I can understand. So we have the report almost finished. I mean, it's already done, but we're going to add more requirements. So do you need till April to bring it back to us, or can you bring it back realistically in the second meeting of March to us?
The issue is that we have to evaluate the proposals that we receive.
Okay, I think Roxanne has a question.
Roxanne, you want to say something?
I think in addition to evaluating the proposals, and if I may, through the city manager and through the mayor, is that interviews should be taking place. I think taking a look at your top scores, even though they may be out of town, you can still do virtual interviews, because I think there's a lot that you can gain from conducting an interview outside of just the scoring sheets. And so perhaps some of these firms can tell their story a little bit differently, a little more poignantly through an interview process.
Okay, I understand. I think I got it, but I can tell the urgency, the council, because they don't want to miss the grant. Okay, and so no matter which one direction we want to drag over there and nothing happen. So we won't call it action year, but nothing going on. So we want to make sure it's thing going on. So can it possible we can send, since we sent an IP before, can we send an IP with more detail and more information? Okay, and February, just right now it's still January. Okay, so February is still long time to go. Okay, it's meaning another week. Okay, that's a long time, 7 days and 24 hours a day. and Saturday and Sunday. Okay, that's a lot of days. That's a lot of hours. So can we do it in February? And can we send out the February and we bring back March the second meeting?
I can't guarantee March. I will
can
do
try
my
your
best.
best.
Yes.
Okay. Done. So
Keep you posted on a time frame.
Just have to push. Okay. Thank
Mr.
you so
Mayor,
much.
Just for clarity with the RFP, there are different functions. There's a grant making function and there's a lobbyist. Those are separate types of functions.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
I
good.
understand. But we just want them to, rather than dragging over there, waiting over there, and somebody put it together and send it out.
But wanted to make sure that staff is understanding that those are two separate.
The staff understands the two separate.
We did 2 separate RFPs, and we'll do 2 separate RFPs with changes that were made per the council.
Got it. Thank you so much. February send out, March second meeting, come back to us, and we don't miss the boat. Okay, we want the money. Okay, thank you so much, and let's go to the.
Just wanted to preclude that even though we're waiting for this grant, any grants that are currently available at this moment,
We have to
city
write.
staff needs to continue to write and request.
Correct. So something that, yes.
Kelly left already. Kelly. Yeah. Yeah, got it. He got it. Okay. We need $10 million, $20 million this month. Okay. Okay. Let's go to the agenda number 9, please. Street sweeping.
I have Joanne, our Deputy Community Development Director, provide a presentation. Before she does, I just wanted to caveat. The City Council has directed staff to move forward with weekly street sweeping program for our city. Tonight before you is the ordinance amending the city's code so that we can enforce street sweeping throughout the city. Right now we have 7% of our streets that have parking restrictions for street sweeping. And so with this ordinance before you, it would amend it for the entire city to require the entire city to move their vehicles on their street sweeping day. So Joanne?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. As Paulina had mentioned, the city, in implementing the street sweeping direction that the City Council had made, the City Attorney's Office has examined the West Covina Municipal Code and determined that we do have to make changes to our ordinance to implement street sweeping regulations within the city. And this is indicated in Ordinance 2526, sections 22-21, 22-174, and 22-193. 193 is the new section, are being amended. The first section allows the city to enforce the parking regulations. Section 22-174 added language requiring individuals issued street parking permits to comply with street parking regulation restrictions. Some streets within the city are permit parking only. So if people who are issued street parking permits living within that neighborhood, this section would require them to comply with street sweeping parking regulations, although they were issued parking permits, because they are separate. The new section 22-193 prohibits parking of vehicles on any street alley during times and dates designated for street sweeping until after the street sweeper has passed. It provides the City Council authority to designate time and days for parking restrictions based on area. It requires the city manager to place or maintain signage per the California Vehicle Code, and it exempts certain commercial vehicles as required by the California Vehicle Code. The exemptions are basically deliveries. If there is a commercial vehicle delivering to that certain street where street sweeping restrictions are in place, then they are exempt from the parking restrictions. With this, staff recommends that the City Council introduce ordinance number 2526 and discuss the item. I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, council member, any question? No? And do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Okay, and a motion by Council Member Gutierrez and second by Councilwoman Diaz. And roll call, please.
And this is item number 9, which is consideration of an ordinance amending Chapter 22 of the West Covina Municipal Code relating to street sweeping regulations and enforcement. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye, and the motion approved, and we move on to number 10 regarding the presentations we see and fire for Spoplex. Yeah, go ahead.
Mayor, Susie Perez, our Deputy Director for Community Services, will be providing the update on the Sportsplex. This is a request that the council had requested. And before you tonight is going to be an update on the facility, the programming for the facility, and the improvements that have been going on the facility. So without further ado,
Wait, we've been waiting. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, city staff, those watching from home. Again, my name is Susie Perez, Deputy Community Services Director for the Community Services Department, and I will be providing you with an update on the current maintenance and operations of the West Covina Sportsplex. We're also going to talk a little bit about what has been done in the past from 2021 to 2024. So those of you that are not familiar with the West Covina Sportsplex, it is a unique regional park, and it accommodates all levels of local, regional, and national tournaments and leagues and large events. In 2021, the city terminated the agreement with the Big League Dreams, and the city has since taken the responsibility for the maintenance and operation of the Sportsplex. The city is also responsible for managing the methane mitigation and monitoring system there. This is a reservation-based facility, and the intent is to recover the costs associated with the use and services through the fees collected through the users. The Sportsplex facilities do consist of 6 replica ball fields that consist of Dodgers, Yankee, Wrigley, Angels, Tigers, and Fenway stadiums. And it also has 8 station batting cages, 4 which are for slow pitch softball and 4 are for baseball. It has 2 equipped playgrounds and 2 family style restaurants and bar spaces that are currently non-operable, including 400 parking spaces. It also has 1 covered multi-purpose pavilion that accommodates anything from indoor soccer to corporate or private events. We've had inquiries about rugby, flag football, and more. And then it does host currently adult softball leagues, tournament play, soccer rentals, cheer practices, baseball, softball practices, batting cage practices, special events, and is available to rent for events. In December 2024, the city received proposals in response to the RFP number 202414 for the Sportsplex management operations, maintenance services, and operational restaurant operations, and is currently in negotiations with a potential operator for 1 restaurant from a proposal received from an RFP 61-023. So I'm going to go a little bit more into detail on the overview and the current maintenance and operations. So past special events that have been hosted at the Sportsplex include State of the City, this inaugural Spring Festival, Centennial Dinner and Ceremony, the annual ESPN All-Star Friday Night event, annual 4th of July Fireworks Spectacular, Senior Health and Wellness Expo, and softball tournament, the West Covina Fire Association Dugout Tournament, and a Mopar Car Show, which is a rental. I'm going to go in a little bit into our staffing levels. So you'll see here that we, along with Public Works, have staff at the West Covina Sportsplex. Public Works does have 5 full-time maintenance workers, and the community services staff operates solely with part-time staff. So we are currently operating with 12 part-time recreation leaders and 2.5 part-time part-time site coordinators. So the site coordinators really take the lead, and they've actually just been onboarded here in the last month. So from August to December, we've been operating solely with recreation leaders at the Sportsplex at a part-time capacity. With things ramping up at the Sportsplex, we do have that 0.5 site coordinator that does assist and has been assisting on the weekends to assist with admissions and ensuring that the rec leaders are staying on task and the work is being delegated effectively. Since June 2024, the city did hire myself, the Deputy Community Services Director. My office is based out of the West Covina Sportsplex, but I do also have other roles and responsibilities within the department. Some of the facility improvements that have taken place from July 2021 to May 2024 included field renovations, facade improvements on Yankee and Dodger Stadium, repair of the methane monitoring system in all the buildings, replacing 10 ground wells that's situated throughout the facility on quarterly monitoring programs, minor repairs to the bathrooms, and relined the main sewer lateral in the South Restaurant building, developed a maintenance schedule for the athletic fields. Some of the recent facility improvements since June 2024 include repairs to the batting cages, making them fully operational and open for customer use, contracted nightly janitorial services to clean the restrooms, restaurants, and offices, which will ensure that users will have access to clean amenities daily. The implementation of snack bar sales in the Pro Shop. So we are currently selling soda, water, Gatorade, chips, and pizza on the weekend to generate some additional revenue out of the Pro Shop. Sportsplex signage throughout the facility. So on the weekends, we have directional signage. So that way all of our users know exactly where they're going and how to get to the restrooms and to the different ball fields, and admission rates and batting cage rates as well. We have replaced and damaged a section of the pavilion covering, which unfortunately another section of the covering was damaged with the winds that we just had a few weeks ago. So that is something that we are currently dealing with at the Sportsplex. We have also added additional recreational games to one of the two restaurants. So we've invested in a ping pong table, foosball table, basketball, and cornhole, and you can see that demonstrated in one of the pictures in the restaurants. So now that the restaurants are clean and we're going to be seeing a lot of foot traffic, something that we hear from some of our users is that they're looking for additional amenities and programs and activities while they're visiting the Sportsplex. So we are looking at different ways to engage our users and to potentially also generate some additional revenue while they are there. Maintenance or Public Works did remove all of the stand seating from all the fields on the first and third base line. So they repaired or replaced all of the broken seats on the center right behind the home plate. So behind home plate, all fields have stadium seating. And then if you see in the picture on the upper left-hand corner, all of the seating on both the first and third baseline has been removed. So that allows for patrons to come in, bring in their own chairs, their umbrellas, and set up there, and they're not having to sit on any broken equipment. We have also done some additional plumbing and repairs to the restrooms in the last few months. So now I'm going to go into some of the facility operational improvement opportunities. So this is going to kind of give you a lens into as we move forward, some areas of improvement that we would like to implement and move forward with in order to continue to elevate and enhance the user experience at the Sportsplex. So we can still continue on to look into the lease of the restaurant or operate a restaurant internally. We will continue to build leagues and programs. We will work on actively marketing facility rentals, so including for sports, corporate events, weddings. We will be revisiting the user fees. So now that I have been on board for 6 months, and I know that that's something that has been requested by the council, we will be more actively looking at those user fees and also researching surrounding cities to see what other cities and other facilities of our magnitude are charging for fields, pavilion rentals, the turf as well, and really looking at developing packages for birthday parties, weddings, corporate events, which is still in the works, but looking to be brought back before council. We would like to update the facade for all 6 fields, knowing that all of this cannot be done at once, potentially implementing a schedule where 2 fields would be upgraded every year. And so that way, at least 2 of the 6 fields annually will be upgraded, and having that schedule in place. Update to the playground equipment, and the tenting, although the playground equipment is operable. Obviously, if there's opportunity to improve that equipment, it's probably time to look at that. And then repair and replace of new scoreboards to all fields. And then the pavilion maintenance, including the artificial turf maintenance, and establishing a maintenance cycle. And then again, dealing with the pavilion tarp there, and then converting all of the LED lighting converting lighting to LED in the pavilion. Repairs to netting for batting cages and soccer goals in the pavilion. So we're currently looking at if it's more feasible to do repairs to the netting or to replace all of the netting in its entirety. And then update the existing sound system. IT has been helpful in coming out, and there actually is a surround sound system at the Sportsplex. So it's now, and it does semi work, but we now need to explore if that's something that we can repair, or if again it's something that we need to completely upgrade and move to a new system at the Sportsplex. The installation of Wi-Fi, so that is something that a lot of our users do request. We do have Wi-Fi in the office currently, but Wi-Fi and reception is a challenge when you are venturing through the entire sports park. So something that definitely we would want to look into and explore. And obviously the renovation of the 2 restaurants and the restrooms. Should the city opt to operate internally, that is something that we would like to explore and look at what kind of immediate repairs we can make there. I do have a call into the LA County Department of Health to see if they can provide me with an initial assessment of the restaurants to see if it's something that we can move towards making some general repairs and at least getting a general letter grade there, so we can provide concessions of potentially prepackaged items, inviting different caterers on different weekends in the interim to sell concessions at the Sportsplex as well, and for rentals. So our current hours of operation are Monday through Thursday from 4 to 9 p.m. And we are also open for practices. So like senior softball uses it 2 days out of the week. And if we should get any additional renters that are interested in using the facility during the day, we would absolutely make accommodations to book that rental and bring in appropriate staff to staff the magnitude, depending on the magnitude of the rental. We are going to start on January 31st to open on the weekends for tournaments and rentals as well. And we currently do close the Sportsplex on all major holidays, except for 4th of July, because we have a big party up there. And then also for citywide special events. So when we have large citywide events, staff resources are used both on the community services side and the public works side to work those special events. So unfortunately, we cannot stay in business on those weekends at the Sportsplex. And then field maintenance, we are currently closed for field maintenance from mid to December through the end of January. But again, we still have staff up there, and they have been actively making sure that the facility is going to be ready to open here at the end of the month. They have been taking registrations for and applications for adult league tournaments and weekday rentals and soccer rentals as well. So they've been busy up there, and the batting cages are open if anybody should want to come and utilize that space. So the batting cages, like I mentioned, are fully operational, and the fees are essentially $1 a minute, starting with 10 minutes at $10, and then going in for 15 minutes, $15, 30 minutes for $30, and for an hour you save $15 for charging $45. So what's nice about the batting cages is that it's a perfect opportunity for a team building activity or a family outing, and people may not be aware, and you can share the cage. You don't have to have one cage per person. So if you're coming up with your family, you're coming up with your team, you want to book the entire hour, you can take time and break that down for as many people as you want. And we also have bats and helmets available, and we have invested in purchasing a substantial amount of balls, baseballs and softballs, to accommodate all 8 batting cages. So our current admission fees, we implemented admission fees in late August, early September. We are currently charging on the weekends. So if you are a West Covina resident, a uniformed player, a coach, or 3 years and younger, you get into the Sportsplex for free. If you are a youth 4 to 13, a senior 65 plus, or a military with a proof of ID, it's $5. And then any adult 14 plus that is non-resident is $10 at the gate. And again, that is currently on weekends. We currently are not charging during the week. Again, looking at the fee schedule and seeing what is something that is feasible, knowing that currently our weekdays consist of our teams, traveling teams that are already renting out the ball fields. We are looking to see what kind of fees we can implement during the week. So our current rental fee schedule, we do request or require a $305 refundable security deposit. If you were renting a softball or a baseball field, it is $50 an hour per field. And then for the indoor pavilion, it's $65 per hour. And the current rate that is set for the pavilion isn't just for soccer, but it's for all types of rentals. So if somebody wants to come in and rent for a party or rent for a corporate event, that hourly fee is currently set for any type of rental that happens in the pavilion. And then there is a staff fee of $20 per hour. And then on the weekends, if a tournament organizer wants to bring in additional vendors, they have a vendor that's selling baseball bats and gloves, then there is a vendor fee that is charged of $200 per weekend. And then the tournament hourly rate is $45. And then the pricing does vary based on the scope of the tournament. And again, just to reiterate, we are looking at the fee schedule because I think that there are different areas and avenues that we can take, and ensuring that all of the different users and space at the Sportsplex is evaluated differently depending on the type of activity or rental that we're looking at there. So, based off of Councilman Gutierrez's request, and something that we're going to bring forth again to City Council, is the pavilion rental fees that are currently set. So we did a really brief search last week to see what kind of fees are out there in comparable facilities, and we were able to search in the City of Ontario Sports Park, full synthetic fields. Their hourly reservation rate is $85, and they have a $25 processing fee and a refundable deposit of $350, and then the $50 per field, and that's if they're booking additional fields. I didn't realize, but the Fairplex has a sports complex. Their hourly rate is $100, and they have security on site, which is $36 an hour. And on the weekends, they do charge for parking $15. And then we looked at the city of Los Angeles, and again, for a fully synthetic field in Boyle Heights, same size as the City of Ontario, similar to the City of West Covina Sportsplex. If they're booking adult full fields, it's $60 a day, and at night it's $70. And then they do charge staff per field at $30, and they have a $25 application fee. City of Burbank. So I couldn't find a sports park, but I did find a commercial park reservation that can accommodate up to 400 people. And for a 2-hour reservation there, it's $217. And any additional hours, $108.50. And they have a cleaning deposit of $327. And then the City of Bellflower at Sims Park, again, trying to find something that was the size of the pavilion at the Sportsplex. Found a facility that can accommodate 300 persons in a multi-purpose room, which included an auditorium and a kitchen. And for their residents, it's $210 an hour and $310 for non-residents an hour. And then they have before and after fees if they're going to come in and set up, or they need time to break down at $50 an hour. And they have a $500 refundable security deposit if they're not having alcohol, and then $1,000 if they are serving alcohol, and a $75 processing fee. So our current budget here is from July to December, we have been able to generate $171,624, and we did expend $536,022, and the breakdown there that you'll see on the right-hand side breaks it down with for full-time salaries, part-time salaries, overtime salaries, employee benefits, contractual services, which consist of again, the methane system, our janitorial services up there, supplies and equipment. So when we're ordering DG, we need supplies and equipment for the office, the balls, the mounds, all of that comes out of supplies and equipment M&R. And then our utilities, so our water, gas, it was $70,988. And so you'll see on the right-hand side our revenues, so our rental and admission income, along with the miscellaneous revenue. So with the incorporation of the sales in the pro shop, again, we've been able to generate $171,624. And what I am anticipating is that we are going to be able to generate approximately $472,000 by the end of this fiscal year, which is trending higher than the past year since we've taken over in 2021. And that is with knowing that we are fully booked through July for any weekend that is available for tournaments at the Sportsplex, and with the amount of admission that we will be seeing, and what we were trending in towards the end of the year here when we started charging admission and we started sales in the pro shop, is we were generating anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 on a weekend just in admission and additional sales at the pro shop. So to give you a little glimpse of what's been going on at the Sportsplex, from July to December, we did offer an adult league, and you can see that on Wednesdays we only had 5 teams, and on Sundays we only had 8 teams, and they play for 10 weeks. So knowing that each team has about 20 players, they bring in an additional, audience, some spectators. We anticipated that maybe they brought in about 2,000 spectators or foot traffic at the Sportsplex. If you look down below at looking ahead, you'll see that we already received 14 applications for Friday night adult softball teams. And then we also already received 8 Sunday night adult softball teams. So our teams and our foot traffic at the end of the month, just with the number of teams that we have registered and committed to start playing, are already have increased since last year. And then our weekend tournaments, again, some of our regular users and tournament organizers are USSSA, NCS, Perfect Game, and they can see anywhere from 1,500 to 2,500 plus on any given weekend at the Sportsplex. From July to December, we had approximately 13 tournament rentals. And again, that's because either we had downtime, we were closed for citywide special events, whatever the case was. And looking down below again, you will see that we already have 34 tournaments confirmed. All available weekends through July 2025 are booked. So, I believe there's, again, the Spring Festival, we will be closed. Any major city holidays, Mother's Day days that we know that we wouldn't get as much foot traffic. I'm trying to think. Obviously, the 4th of July, we would be closed, but you can already see that our numbers are trending up there as well. We have a unique rental right now at the Sportsplex. So it's Play App, and this company reached out, and it's an actual app where any soccer enthusiast can jump on and find pickup games. So they jump on the app, they see where the most local place to play a soccer game is, and then they register through the app, and then they show up at the Sportsplex and they play. So they are currently renting regularly twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays for an hour at the Sportsplex. And then we have our regular weekday baseball and softball rentals. Some of our regular customers are the West Covina Assault, Vault, West Covina Pony, GBL, which is a family-based organization that run friendly games at the Sportsplex as well. And again, if you look down below, we've already started receiving applications for our weekday ball fields. And what I saw last year is we were a little slow in July, August, but come September, October, November, we were booking Monday through Thursday nightly. Most of the fields were booked at the Sportsplex for practices. And then obviously we have our special events up there, and I kind of briefly went over those, but we have our citywide events. That Mopar car event happens annually in June. They rent out the parking lot, and so they have over 400 cars come in, and they bring out vendors, and so that gets a lot of different foot traffic and a different clientele at the Sportsplex as well, outside of just the regular baseball and soccer rentals. And then we also do have a turf space at the Sportsplex, and Cheer actively use that Monday through Thursday. And so that brought in a different group of users as well the sportsplex that we traditionally weren't using. So we are trying to maximize our space there, and we are just excited for what's to come here in the near future. So with that, it is recommended that the City Council receive and file this informational report, and I am open to any and all questions.
Okay, and I saw the hand raised first. Okay, Mayor Proton.
Thank you. The vendors, 200 per weekend, does that include both days, Saturday and Sunday?
Yes, both days.
Okay. And, well, I just want to say thank you. I know it's picking up. It's not at full capacity as we'd love to it, but with your presentation, I'm glad to see that it's actually getting there. So thank you for bringing that. Also, I just want to make a correction. City of LA, I saw the rates and fees. It's actually an hourly rate, and they have a daylight rate and then a night rate when they have the lights. So just wanted to put that up. And good to know about Play App. No, just those two things. Thank you.
Okay, who's next? Okay, Brian Gutierrez.
Yes. I just have a couple. I have a couple of questions. Were the seats removed from all the areas?
So from all 6 ball fields on the first and third baseline only. So there are still seats behind home plate.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. So there were seats by what? Sorry, third plate? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, so the first baseline and the third baseline, those had seats, but the majority of those were broken. So those were removed, and the ones that were broken from behind home plate, those were removed and replaced with good seating.
Okay, great. And then the 13 tournament rentals, how much are they paying per hour to rent those fields?
So the hourly rate is $45 an hour plus the staff fee of $20 an hour. I can tell you that most tournament organizers do rent for both days, and the average rental fee for the weekend is approximately $6,000.
How much are they charging for their tournaments?
That I don't know. I don't have that answer for you.
So we probably want to figure out what they're charging and learn from them and see what they're offering as a reward price or whatever they're doing, and incorporate that into the city doing something similar to that in order for us to make the surplus profit we need for that location. But you're doing a great job. That's nothing against you. But in order for us to succeed at that site, we have to run it as a business and allow the public to use it, but also run it as a business when it comes to the fees being generated there. So especially for those tournaments, we may be generating 6,000, they're generating 30,000. So we have to compete with them, and we have to do our own programs if we're going to succeed, because Big League Dreams was their own program. And so in order to succeed and make the money that Big League Dreams was making, we have to operate like them at that location in order to succeed there. Another thing, the fees, do we have a timeline when we're going to address the soccer fees and the baseball fees?
So we are currently assessing fees, and I actually believe that that's going to come back to you by the next council meeting, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because soccer is not allowed on the baseball fields, right?
Not at the sportsplex, no.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be. So it's not fair that they're being charged higher. And then the playground update. Has all the damaged parts on the playground been repaired already?
No, I do not believe so. But the majority of the both playgrounds are usable.
Okay, but is there still broken slides there?
No. You know what? I will circle back with you, but I do not believe there are any.
Because I know Public Works is capable of ordering those parts. So if you could, work with Paulina and Raul to make sure that those playgrounds are operable. The RFP, for the restaurant, it indicated park management and other stuff. So did the RFP go out for the restaurant specifically or for management of the sportsplex?
Right. So there was 2 separate RFPs. So there was one RFP that went out, I don't have the exact month for you, but mid-year last year, actually prior to my arrival, so maybe earlier in 2024. And that was specifically for the operation of the one or both restaurants. Mm-hmm. And then there was a second RFP that went out about 2 to 3 months ago for the maintenance and operation, including the restaurants, 1 or 2 restaurants. And we received a few RFPs, proposals back for that. But Roxanne, if you want to add on to that.
Sorry, repeat the second one again. Sorry.
I'd be happy to. I'll give you a little more detail on that. So the second RFP that Susie is referencing is for the maintenance and operations of the sportsplex, and then the options for the proposing firms to propose to run restaurants as well. And go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. What defines the operation when you're talking about operation?
Outsourcing.
Is that
correct?
Completely
correct.
Outsourcing.
Who authorized?
Hold on. We never approve outsourcing RFP. I don't think council ever approved that because it's before his time. So I want to add on why city without city council majority approval, send out RFP with outsourcing.
So, the city had received an unsolicited offer to.
I understand, but my point is very simple. We discussed about that's why we hire a deputy director to make sure that place can be up and if we are outsourcing, then we hire Susie. Susie is very important. He make the place great. But I don't know when we approve outsourcing for this place. Never I don't remember ever go to our council meeting, we ever agree upon with the 3 city council that we want outsourcing because this and that. Unless this is a previous mayor, tabai, he requests, but without our approval.
Yeah, and I think I told Mayor Wu when I saw it on Planet Bids, that RFP, and I said,
no, you never been approved.
Anyone approve that on the council to go for an RFP? So that's why I wanted clarification on the presentation, because if I heard right, that's what happened.
So what is it?
It never been approved.
No.
It never been sent out, but I don't know why city sent out RFP without the city council approval. I think it shouldn't be done like this. It should be with our council approval if we want to go that route. We want to do it is because we have such a beautiful place that is a pride of the city, and we can do it, and we have this very capable director to come in, and they already fixed the betting cage. They bring a lot of revenue. It's not been fixed for 3 years, but when she came in, it's fixed. And now it generates revenue, and now we can see the progress, everything improving, because city need a place. Just like Pasadena has a rose bowl, but they look old. We have a beautiful, shining, sportplex that can represent West Covina. But anyway, I want to continue having your time.
Yeah, and so that was a major concern that RFP went out, and so what's the status on the RFP then?
We would have to bring it before the council whether to accept or reject.
Well, they never authorized it, so that should be canceled immediately. So the item will be canceled, should be canceled immediately, because you never got direction from the city council to proceed with an RFP. City attorney?
City attorney, want to add in? Okay.
Nothing to add. Okay. So, my next question is, so that should be canceled. And again, at the last council meeting, I also did a council request that asked for a comparison in fees being generated for the sportsplex. And, I love the PowerPoint, but I would have loved to get that in advance so I could actually see what I was being presented. I mean, I should have worn my glasses today, but one of the things that I also believe in is that not only did this council not authorize the RFP, but I also requested at the last council meeting a detailed report on the revenue, on expenses being spent there, and also the income being generated, so we could come come to an agreement as a group and as a team to determine what else needs to be done to be successful at this park in order to run it as a successful community center, but also a operational business that the Big League Dreams thing was before. And in order to succeed at this park, we have to find avenues to generate more funds. And the only way that this council can take action on something like that is that we need a detailed report. And so I made a specific council request, and so I hope I think my council request specifically said to come back on, when are we in? January, the first meeting in February. So I'm assuming that report will still come back on the first meeting of February that has a detailed income and fees being generated and so forth. Another issue was, so I think those were the three big issues. And I think so, again, in order to generate funds, we have to look at avenues to do stuff on our own in order to succeed at that park. I believe that park has potential, but the only way we get there is following steps that prior people have done there in order to achieve the income we need to continue to run this park for the interests of the residents of West Covina. And so those are my three concerns.
Okay. Thank you, Council Member. Before I get to you, before I have you answer and go to Councilman Kento, he will be the next speaker. But I want to say this. The previous operator was horrible. Okay, he didn't fix a place. I went to many times. They have one little girl as a manager. They only have one, and the maintenance guy doing the fill. And the play is a mess. Okay, anything drop, everything he never pick up. It's just like a typical, a tenant, he doesn't want to do anything. He just scheme, just what I saw. That's why when they abandon the property, we have to fix the place. The place is become like abandoned and horrible. So I don't think they operate good. I think they just scheme on the top, and they didn't even pay the city. For a long time. So anyway, I just want to share. That's why don't trust another operator, and we won't get the money, and we cannot even get in, and then they're making all the money, and then later on they abandon the place, and we have to spend $1 million.
Yeah, I remember when it was closed, and you, because of your leadership and the council, you brought it back to life. And
I think it's all together, including
the whole council. I think Rosario and
I think the Mayor Pro Tem Letty Lopez Viado is the person. She suggests if LA City can do it, we can do it. So she gave me the confidence. I think this is Letty Lopez project and give me the suggestion. But hold on. Let me go back to the Council Kento. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Susie, kudos to you for everything you've done. It's exciting to see the trajectory. So it sounded like last year we were I'm just looking at this program alone, we were in deficit by roughly $360,000. But with what you're projecting this year, we will only be down roughly $65,000. So the questions I have in terms of numbers would have to do with if you were to expand the number of hours in the evenings past 9 o'clock. I mean, only after the capacity is full for earlier hours. Is that something that's a possibility? Because I do remember that the Sportsplex at one point was open till as late as midnight. So is that something that's a possibility if we hit capacity, we have everything full, for us then to expand an additional 3 hours on the back end, or maybe even another hour on the front end before 5 o'clock on other days? So that way, in other words, have you already projected what we can do there in order to increase opportunities for field usage and other rentals so as to increase our revenue? That's my first question.
Thank you for the question. Yes, absolutely. We can look into expanding our hours. And again, giving the staff resources to do that. we can absolutely start programming more. Currently on the community services side, again, we are operating with part-time staff. So if we're looking at generating additional revenue and looking at different ways to generate revenue there, again, my office is out of the Sportsplex, but I am not just solely dedicated to that facility. So bringing in additional full-time staff in the capacity of a supervisor and a coordinator to help start programming and working with different users and organizers and delegating the work to the part-time staff, I think is a crucial part of helping generate additional revenue at the Sportsplex, where we can then start looking at expanding our hours, whether it's during the week, weekends. Like I said, right now when there's tournaments, we're open from 6:45 to 10:15. But if we want to generate some additional revenue during the week, again, booking the pavilion for weddings, using that turf area, the ideas are there. I need the support to execute that now. But yes, again, the sunsets up there are absolutely magnificent. I mean, and I just envision somebody having a beautiful, reception up there, even if it's their ceremony followed by their reception. It's just now getting to the point where if I have staff to help me with that vision and start creating these packages and building these relationships and these partnerships and really sharing the message that we're out there with the marketing and start branding ourselves and letting the community know and the surrounding community knows and communities know that we're up there, then that would be of great support to me and the department.
So you have it within your capability to do the metrics and to undertake the analysis to know at what point we ripen ourselves to the degree where we are able to generate the revenue that could pay for the staff, so that way it takes the money to make the money to increase capacity? Yes, and with the support of additional part-time staff as well. And also, I think a big part of it is going to be evaluating what we're going to do with those restaurants and also with the alcohol license. So I've been working closely with the city manager and the assistant city manager to look at Big League Dreams actually still holds the alcohol license for the West Covina Sports Club. So we are looking at terminating that agreement or that license that they have with ABC Licensing and exploring different avenues to potentially bring in different breweries, different bars, different vendors that sell alcohol at their establishments and inviting them to the Sportsplex where we can start, having additional alcohol sales, food sales. But it really just depends on the direction that we want to go with those restaurants and that alcohol permit as well. Thank you. So for 2025, with what you've projected with full capacity, we're still under by about roughly 65,000. So for 2026 and beyond, do you have any general projections to describe the extent to which you think we can operate in the black and at least break even at some point because of the growth in which you are engaging?
If we could clarify, Councilman Contos, I believe the anticipated revenues are a little bit over $1 million, with the anticipated revenues a little bit under $500,000. So there's still a deficit.
Still a deficit. Okay. So, what with what you're building, do you project in terms of breaking even at some point? Because like Council Member Gutierrez says, to run it like a business, what are your steps for achieving or at least having break even and then eventually generating revenue and then from that point, that way it becomes more sustainable without causing the drain on the budget, or at least expenditure from general operating funds that we do now?
So that is the goal since we took over in 2021. We had to do a huge investment into the facility because, as Mayor Wu had indicated, there had been a lack of maintenance, proper maintenance at the facility. And so when we took it over, we did have to make a huge investment to take care of liabilities right away, to bring it up to par so that we could rent it at the rates that we are renting it now.
It was destroyed. Just
So we're continuing to make those improvements. And as we continue, obviously there's going to be routine maintenance and improvements that we're going to want to have scheduled, as Susie was mentioning. But then moving forward, increasing the capacity of the leagues and the signups for that and the tournaments, and then looking at alternative events that we can host there to increase the rental fees as well. So I don't know that we have a timeline of when we'll get to break even, but that's the goal.
Okay, and I want to move to, Councilman Kento, can I move the time to?
Yes, that's my last question.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, and before I want to move to Councilwoman Dia to let her speak. I want to add on for your question. Okay, as I'm a businessman, you have to spend money to make money. Okay, if you want to go to the midnight, where's the staff?
Right.
Okay, so we need a staff. So need to do a budget about staff and anticipate how much income. So analysis about how many staff she need. And how we can hire a bunch of part-time from college, from Cal Poly. That's why when I at Cal Arts, my next door is Six Flags, and amusement park. They hire all the college kids. So we can hire maybe Cal Poly, and a student to be our part-time and to just doing the, and the kind of a 9 days. So a lot of things is that we have the facility. With the landowner, with the landlord. So in that way, we have a good, staff. I think Susie has capacity, ability, aggressiveness, to make the thing happen. And we just want a proud, facility that people will know West Covina with a lot of sport, with a, and sportplex. Okay, go ahead. Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm a little confused. So I have a question for Councilwoman Letty Lopez Villaro. So when you worked at LA City and they charged these fees to rent this facility, right? So was LA City in the business of profiting from this?
So we had, I can't think of the name because I didn't directly oversee that. I know we took over it. Not Griffith Park, I can't remember that, but the Greek Theater was one of them. And then, of course, with all the sports, that one is just in all parks, just like what we normally do. But the Greek Theater was the biggest factor that they took over, and they had to renovate and do all that. And then they programmed. They got a lot of the vendors, the concerts, and everything to get that going. So that was the thought process, and they did make revenue because of the long-standing contract that they had previously with that vendor. They cut that out, and it was the same situation. They left it a mess. So that was on that aspect.
That was one of those.
But they did rent out or just have like other areas, like I guess maybe the concession stand or something that they would partner out or have other agencies utilize that. But there was a director and coordinator running that. And I know in reference to this, we did approve a supervisor, but I know that supervisor ended up leaving. So with the Sportsplex, we end up, we never really had a consistent staff, and then it was just not, it was kind of like the leftovers. So I know everything is happening. This didn't get the full attention that it should get. There's a lot of things that we'd like to envision. I know they started last summer here, maybe to have like a class or clinic, and I'd like to see that, the sports camp.
Yeah. Okay, and this is, Councilwoman, continue.
So I guess what I was wondering is, I didn't know we had to run it as a business only because Big League Dreams ran it as a business. We have 16 parks, and we provide so many activities for our our residents, right? So, I mean, does every park have to show a profit? I know Cameron, they have all these activities for them, Shadow Oak, all these different parks have all these activities. I'm sure they don't show profits, and it's something for the city, for the residents. So to me, the Sportsplex, I mean, if we are able to rent it out and to fix the restaurants and to rent out to have money made from the restaurants and rent out the facility and have all these tournaments and they make money as a result, then that's good. That's great. But I didn't know that we're going to treat it as a business.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Diaz. Okay, and I want to add what you say. I think, the council member Gutierrez and other member, including myself, we want to run his full capacity, and we want balance the budget. Exactly, we are nonprofit. We here is provide service for our shareholder, stakeholder, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we can balance so we don't, like previous couple of years, is really in red. Meaning in the deficit. So hopefully, with Susie Perret joining the team, only 6 months or 7 months. How many join us already?
7 months now.
7 months. You can see the difference. You can see the big difference of a sport plan. Big difference. You can see, the betting cage is fixed and the things coming in, and only with a single general, not too many of a soldier, and she already see the difference. And if we can support her, trust her, give us a proposal, and then in that way, I think we can balance, and then we can have a full capacity, and hopefully, run the league in the future. So, but again, Rome doesn't build in one day. We step by step, but gradually. But you can see the improvement already. Any other city council want to add? Okay, go ahead, council member. Brian,
yes. So currently, what time is the park open till, Susie?
So currently, Monday through Thursday from 4 to 9. We will start opening on Fridays on January 31st for rentals and adult league. And we will start on February 1st, open from 6:45 in the morning till when tournament play ends, probably approximately till about 10:15, 10:30 on the weekends.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And so, if you start expanding those hours, I know you worked very hard, and I know when Roxanne was working there too. I think there were some night rentals there up until 12 midnight, and based upon the fees that were being generated from those midnight rentals, I think there was funding available to have staff there at those times. So can you look into potentially expanding your hours until midnight and generating those fees to have those additional staff?
If I could speak.
Yes.
So I believe Susie mentioned it. We do try to accommodate the rentals, right? So if we do have the facility rented out and the tournament goes until midnight, staff will be there because the tournament does cover those fees. But if the demand is there to stay open that late, we will definitely be able to provide staffing to maintain the facility open during those hours.
Yeah, but if you're not marketing it, if you're marketing it until 9 p.m., then no one's going to book it till midnight. So you have to market it somehow that the rental is possible until midnight. Because I know there was.
Agree. Okay, maybe Susie can look into. We can open till midnight and maybe come out the additional staffing. Would you please?
We will absolutely look into that. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. And Mayor Pro Tem Letty Lopez Viado.
Thank you. And in reference to Councilwoman Diaz, I just also want to let you know, in City of LA, there are some centers that are cost recovery sites. So they generate well. They have to actually produce whether they're not utilizing the city funds. So we're hoping that Big League Dreams
self-funds
like that. It self-funds. It gets to that level.
Agree.
And then I know for RFP, as a council, I know the biggest thing was to push is for the restaurants because everybody wants their food and alcohol, and that alone makes a big difference of just for people to just hang out there. And so I know when the restaurant came back and forth, we wanted two separate restaurants so they kind of compete with each other, get a variety of difference. But that's where I know we were more focused on is with the restaurants RFP.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to add on about restaurant. And I went to the Big Legion to inspect a lot of time because I know they are in trouble, and I check about the issue. They don't allow food and drink. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so they only have to buy food and drink inside because that's their major revenue. So I think that is how we in the future, we need to do. Okay, at the same time, we need to hurry up since you have more people now. Before previous couple of years, we don't have any people there, so nobody will go to open up the restaurant. I think right now, due to these 7 months, we have more activity, people more confidence. Okay, with food traffic, that you need food and drink, and the restaurant will happen. Either we do it our own. We have a staff that can cook. They do great, sandwich and hot dog. Okay, so possible we can look into that ground. Or we have to have other restaurant to come in and we get the tenant improvement. We have them to operate and to share maybe, 50% profit and drink this and that and then operate. So anyway, we need to hurry up to hopefully use a 2 restaurant to generate income. Yes, okay, and who wants to speak next? Brian again? Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
So we see on fire. We need to move on.
Also, just for clarification from staff, because I don't think we got an answer. You're going to notify those people who bidded on the RFP that this bid has been canceled, Paulina?
It never should have happened.
So
We will follow the steps we need to.
Okay.
To cancel it? To cancel it?
We can't cancel it because it's already been closed.
Okay, well.
Okay, just don't bring back to us.
Whatever the steps are, to cancel.
Okay, and is a receiving file. You have more?
Yeah, and then one of the reasons why I know we have to generate funds from this location is because we do have, they're being deferred right now, but eventually we do have bond obligations, if I'm not mistaken, right? They're bond obligations, Paulina?
Yes.
Yeah. Bond. Am I saying it right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why we do need to generate funds from this thing. But and just to confirm, my last thing is at the next council meeting, do my council request for a more detailed comparison on how much we've been generating and on the pros, the expenses and the income we've been generating from the sportsplex. Will that be presented at the next meeting? Maybe the last 3 years to show that obviously we're making more money. Yeah,
we can provide that.
Okay,
yeah, great.
You guys all okay now? We can move on. But thank you so much, Susie, for your presentation. We can see the improvement. It's such a beautiful place, and we want to promote for people to utilize and for wedding, for banquet, for corporate, this and that. For the wine tasting, food display, a lot of things can be done over there. That's such a beautiful, beautiful place. And I know, and our congressman, right, Brian? Okay, he want to book that place. Okay, and with our indoor soccer arena for hundreds of elected to come to West Covina, I think that's a great promotion for us to show them we have this great place. So I think you can see people already know West Covina has this sportplex, including the indoor arena, can rent it out for 700-800 people to be there. We do not, West Covina, have a place can put many people in the one place, indoor. Okay, and if other places only the most 200 people, so we need some places. Okay, and this is the best place for us to see the beautiful field. So anyway, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Do a great job. Okay, and let's move on to next. Okay, we don't have to vote on this. Is receiving fire. Okay, and the next one will be number 11. Last one. Okay, finally. Okay, let's get this in and present. Who is going to present this agenda, please?
Mayor, I will be providing the presentation.
Yeah, go ahead.
So at the last council meeting, the request was made to bring back some options for making these city council meetings more efficient. I did a survey of 15 cities within the San Gabriel Valley area. And the information that I got back was a majority of the cities have a 3-minute oral communication. A lot of them are, they can change the time of the allocated speaker times based on the number of speakers and based at the discretion of the presiding officer, the mayor. Some cities do have a time frame of when the speaker cards are required to be submitted, so that based on the number of speakers, sometimes the number or the speaker time changes to help facilitate getting to the business of the council meeting. Once again, some cities, after the time frame for speaker cards to be submitted, no more speaker cards can be submitted in order to not change the number of speakers. Others communities also have language in their decorum specifically geared towards discouraging disruptions of the council meeting, whether it be, let me see, disruptions like utterance of loud, threatening, or abusive language, whistling, stamping feet, or other acts that disrupt or disrupt the council meeting. So after the survey, the majority of the cities, as I mentioned, do have 3-minute oral communications. They do require speaker cards to be submitted prior to oral communication. We could strengthen or enhance the rules of decorum to help avoid disruptions of our council meetings, and then the timing or the placement of the city manager's report as well on the agenda could help make meetings more efficient. And so that's my presentation to the City Council.
Okay, and okay, I have a quick question before I give to my City Council member to discuss. Okay, I understand previously we have a manager report after oral communication. Okay, and previous, okay, and mayors moved in the front. Because we've been doing, okay, and so I think we need to discuss, should we move back? Okay, so after oral communication, and then we go to the manager report and answer some of the oral communication altogether. So I think that is one thing, because last time we approved with the previous mayor, okay, amended, and now maybe if we, majority okay, we move back to, okay, it's much more, okay, better flow. Okay, let's just maybe we can discuss about that. Another thing is, I think the most important thing is, I think other city, other city with their abuse language, they have a coordinates. Okay, and so maybe we should follow. I think that the issue is, if we have people cursing this and that, and then make our city council like a circus, there's no resident they don't want to watch it. They want to participate. They don't want to show up. Okay, because we have so many residents, they really want to participate, but with all that kind of discourage. Okay, I think this is the issue. So that's what the reason we want to have this look into how can we have more residents to participate, but not just a few person cursing this and that, and and become an issue for our city to move our business. I think that's the reason. So that's why we want to have, I think that's how our council member Gutierrez want to, city look into the reform. And I think this strongly by other city like La Puente and Bowen Park, even El Monte, they all have no abuse language, this and that. At least we, city, can look into, and we can approve this. Can we? I know they have some freedom of speech. Okay, but it's that we can do this and discourage some abusive language, more respectful. We don't mind the criticism, but we don't want to discourage people to participate. So anyway, I'm done with my monologue at the beginning, so I'm going to give to my city council member. Any people want to go first? Okay, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Councilman Oli Kento.
Madam City Manager, out of the cities, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Out of the cities that only do 3 minutes for oral communications, how many of those cities also authorize 3 minutes per agenda item or 3 minutes for other portions of the meeting outside of the oral communications context? In other words, the reason why I'm asking is because I'm wondering about, even if it's 3 minutes for oral communications, if some cities, let's say, if your research has shown that some cities still allow 3 minutes for other items and there are 12 items, and contextually, then that means that's a lot of time. But then by contrast, if they only have 3 minutes for oral communications and that's it, then that's another story. So I just was wondering if you could provide more broad context relating to the extent to which residents have an opportunity during other parts of different city council meetings to weigh in other than just hearings.
So thank you, Councilman Contos, for that clarification. So I did not include public hearing items as part of this because those are separate from oral communications. Mm-hmm. But there is only one city that does provide the opportunity to speak twice, which within 3 minutes, and that is the city of Los Angeles. I believe it's 1 minute per item, 3 minutes per meeting total.
1 minute?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. There are millions of people in Los Angeles. Yeah, thank you. I am supportive of efforts to create less of a circus atmosphere, but at the same time, I guess we'll see where the motions go. I don't know what happens.
I don't think we will. I think we will go to 1 minute that extreme. Okay, but we still have a public hearing. Public hearing, people can speak. Am I right, City Manager?
Yes, and usually in West Covina, it's the same amount of time that we've given for oral comments.
So we have oral communication with any agenda or non-agenda. But if we go to the oral public hearing, then they can still speak. It's not like they cannot speak. They can still go to it. Okay. Anyway, and any other City Council member want to discuss? No? Yes. Go, Letty.
No, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
My thing is the rules of decorum, and that is like my main focus. I know different cities like, I guess, Rosemead, La Puente, Monrovia, they have similar ones of, where they, like one right here, La Puente does not make personal, impertinent, slanderous, and profane remarks. We just want to conduct this as
other city,
as other cities, and in a professional manner, because as I mentioned prior, sometimes we have children in here. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of time, especially when we do presentations or anything like that.
We have to send them out.
And and we have those who watch the YouTube. I know sometimes they said, "Oh, we close the mic," because that's the only thing we could do. But I'd like that to focus as the decorum, because I would like everyone to respect the council chambers and respect how meetings are held. Mm-hmm. So that is my focus on the decorum. And I know right here, I guess other cities you can. One of them, it says, can be barred from further audience before the council during that meeting. So I'd like to know what, if we can. I know we've looked into it, when I was mayor at one time and the city attorneys, but now that we have all these other section numbers and a variety of different codes, we would like to look into that and follow the same.
We would come back with.
We would amend the ordinance. We already have a rules of decorum, and we can now, in the state statutes say we can now, after a warning, if you're disrupting the meeting, the presiding officer, the mayor, can ask them to leave, and they will be barred for the remainder of the meeting.
But that's for the audience, but there's also in here that when they're speaking to the council.
Correct. If they're up at the podium, same thing. If whatever they're saying, and it's a disruption to the meeting, and the presiding officer warns them to not disrupt the meeting, if they're looking at the audience, not speaking to the council, if they're not staying on topic, various reasons, the mayor can say, you're disrupting the meeting. If you do it again, I'm going to ask you to leave.
So on our code, does it have profanity as well?
We can strengthen the language.
I'd like to strengthen the language, please.
And whatever the motion is, we'll strengthen it.
I will exercise the ordinance approved today, and I will exercise, remove the person if they are profanity and this and that. And because I want to follow all the city, make sure, respect, mutual respect is there, and not to disrupt the business, conduct the business meeting. Yeah, go ahead. Council Member Gutierrez, I come back to you. Go ahead.
It's just a continuation, because I know, for example, the city of El Monte, this says, in the meeting must adhere to the city's policy bearing harassment based upon a person's race, religious creed, color, origin, ancestry, handicap, medical conditions, marital status, gender, sexual orientation, and age. So in reference to strengthening that, I like that as well, because we have had that where they're just attacking all these items that is listed.
Second.
Thank you.
Yeah, good. And you okay? You want to continue? Okay. Council Member Gutierrez.
Yes. I think it's very important that we. I think our rules of decorum lack the appropriate language that's required that other cities have. I've visited other cities. I know for a fact that they have a stricter protocols in place for those who are being discriminatory to people with disabilities, people who are saying racial slurs. Those are things that are protected under the Civil Rights Act, and we as a city need to establish policies that protect those acts and those rights that were afforded under the Civil Rights Act and other acts. When it comes to the city manager presentation, I think it's important that when the public gets to speak, that the city manager has the ability to address their concerns during her presentation of what events that the city's had, successful items that are being accomplished in our community. And then I think it's important that after someone speaks, that the city manager is able to carry on that message, to let that person know the city's commitment and this council's commitment on getting the people's work done for them. When it comes to putting restrictions on the amount of time someone could speak, we want to make sure that there's efficiency in allowing everyone the opportunity to speak, ensuring there is, part of the democratic process and democracy is ensuring freedom of speech. And by making sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak is essential to the future of this community and generations to come. And so I think we need to look at those subject matters and determine what is in the best interest of the people for the city of West Covina, because you have multiple cities that have, and I want to say, who did this report? Oh, wow. Great job, Paulina. So it's a very detailed report from multiple cities. And just so the public can know, it's the city of Los Angeles, LA Metro, Burbank, Pasadena, Rosemead, Bowen Park, and Monte, San Gabriel, Monrovia, La Caneta, Flintridge, Montebello, La Puente, Covina, Glendale, Arcadia, and then, of course, our city. And so today I'm confident that this council will make a good decision on the interest for the people.
Okay, and then any others council member?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
I'm not sure when this is appropriate, or I'm not sure how this is structured, but I want to register my opposition to shortening any time.
It's fine.
5 minutes.
Yeah, it's okay.
To 5 minutes.
It's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, and so anybody want to move the motion? I think, okay, if not, you want to move the motion? Or when you put your finger up, what do you mean? No? You want to talk, or otherwise?
I can make a motion.
Otherwise, I don't mind. I can make a motion.
I'll make a motion to move the city manager presentation to after public comment to ensure efficiency and that the public has the right to get input from the city manager. Number two, to create rules on profanity and racial discrimination and other acts of forms of discrimination and ways to address those issues on the rules of decorum that other cities that I mentioned have established within their policies in accordance to the law. Number three, in regards to the time period people have to speak, I will recommend that we do in accordance to all the other cities I'm seeing, based upon the majority of other cities that have ensured efficiency in their speaking, I would say 3 minutes, to allow for 3 minutes per item, and with the opportunity, at the discretion of the council, at the discretion of the mayor or majority of the council to authorize an additional 2 minutes per item.
Yes, oral communication.
Yes.
Not per item, for oral communication going from 5 to 3 minutes, not per item.
No,
Right.
oral communication. And then, and the public hearing will be the same.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, you have one time. You have one time to speak.
Let him finish.
You have one time to speak during
Oral communication.
oral communications, and you have every time to speak in every other item that's on the agenda. Yeah. Yeah. So it's
what?
Oh, if I'm not mistaken, okay. If someone wants to speak on a specific item, what happens?
They do it through oral communication right now. The only other time that we currently allow anyone to speak outside of oral communication is if we have a public hearing item.
Okay, so then the time period will match between those two things. Right. Yes, and so I'm saying 3 minutes with the at the discretion of the mayor or majority of the council to authorize an additional 2 minutes on case by case basis.
Okay, and good. And how about submit the?
Oh yes. I think in order to prevent future violence from occurring in this chamber and to take action to prevent violence in this chamber, I think it's vital to ensure that everyone has the right to speak. And so, as my fourth recommendation, I will recommend that public speaking cards be turned in before public comment commences.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
A point of order. I'm supportive of 1, 2, and 4, but is there a way to break up the motions so that the votes can be clear? Because I don't oppose most of it, but I
understand. You can say you oppose that one. We put it on your record. So, City Attorney, do we have the one by one?
There's one motion right now. We need a second, and the motion included 4 items.
Okay, and I will second. Okay, so basically, and how about he agree with everything, Councilman Canto, but he doesn't want to go to 3 minutes. He still wants the 5 minutes.
Yes, and I just want that clear.
Right, then you can make a substitute motion for keeping it at 5 and then get a second and vote on that, likely vote it down, and then go back to the main motion. And with the,
how about
I'll amend my motion. To take out the minutes part and then proceed with this
element 3.
Correct. A separate
and we
one.
go to the second one.
Yeah.
So this one would be, we're not talking about the time. Okay, so the time will be 3 minutes, can be the quorum for approve for the additional 2 minutes to 5 minutes max. Okay, but everybody should be 3 minutes, and then the submitted card should be before the oral communication starts. So everybody submit the card, okay, and then they will go to the oral communication. So and that one will be separate. So this one will remove. So the one will be from your motion. I second. There will be no profanity, no this and that, and put in the detail. So I can exercise what the coordinates. And including what else?
So there was so we're going to take out the minute part for this motion. We're going to put number 1 as moving the city manager presentation to after public comment. We're gonna number 2 is to amend the rules of decorum to follow various acts of civil rights and other acts that are in place to prevent discrimination from occurring in this chamber. And number 3, we are going to. Number 3, we're going to move that public speaker cards must be turned in before public speaking commencement starts.
Do you have a problem with that?
No.
Okay, he's okay. So this one. So only the time you have a problem. Yes. Okay, and I second. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye. And a motion to approve. Now we go to the second motion. Go ahead.
So I'll make a motion in accordance to ensure efficiency and the democratic process that everyone has an opportunity to pursue here in this chamber. is that I'm going to request that the minutes from 5 be changed to 3 minutes, but at the discretion of the mayor or the council majority can increase the time to an additional 2 minutes on case-by-case basis.
Okay, second. Okay, roll call, please. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, who give me a second?
I second. I'm second.
Second, okay. Councilman Contos?
No.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye. Motion approved 4-1. Okay, and so we're done with. You want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just I saw City of Burbank, and I know when they have total speakers, they just bring it down. So that's something to consider. I know we've done this as a council, like let's say there's 40 speakers, and we're like, okay, down to a minute, just like right here that they have it. So I don't know if we need to vote on that too, or
No, and your current code says we can cap it at
adjust.
30 minutes already. You already have that in there, but typically you go from 5 to 3 minutes when you have a number of speakers.
Yeah. Okay.
For example, like before, we have 40, 50, 60 people want to speak. Yeah, well, can we down to 1 minute? Okay, so we have the right to say go 1 minute, so we can conduct because a lot of time they speak the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so Council Member Gutierrez, go ahead.
I just want a clarification. This will be brought back to us, and moving forward, this will be part of the rules. Will be everything that we discussed today about the changes in the rules will be. I want to make sure that we disclose those rule changes on our agenda moving forward.
Meaning
this has to amend the ordinance. So you're going to come back with a first reading and a second reading, and then the adoption, of course, and then the agenda and the moving of the city manager report is just done by resolution.
Okay, and then the rules will be updated on because I think the rules are displayed on the agenda right now, right?
They're on. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Adoption.
Yes.
So meaning if we approve, so meaning we cannot do this next meeting. So you have to go to another.
We got to draft it. We got to bring it back. Council's got to approve it in first, second reading.
So in that way, in the future, if after we approve 2 hearing, okay, and all this ordinance include profanity and discrimination with the race and the sex and ADA, okay, then city attorney can say, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, he violate about this and that. You can exercise.
And even in the rules of decorum that you have right now, you have that ability in state statute. You have that ability. If someone's disrupting this business meeting,
I understand. But when they stand over there, when they're talking, okay, but we don't have the ordinance right now like other city has. So we need to have the ordinance. So we pass. Okay, we do not want people. Like other city, they already put the ordinance. Okay, we do not want people to swear because they can criticize. They can say no good. This is so fine. It's a freedom of speech. But you don't have to discriminate, screaming with all that kind of profanity. And it's not really, we won't be here, listen to all that kind of language, especially children and people. A lot of people get very offended. So anyway, Council Member Gutierrez.
Yeah, and I'll just say the last thing is the steps we're taking here today is just to make the public aware and assure them that they could come to council meetings feeling safe and secured, and that they could participate in the democratic process. I want to emphasize that those who discriminate, who say people who are blind shouldn't serve in office, those who say that people with autism shouldn't serve in office, those who say that profanity constantly in this chamber, we are setting the standard that discrimination, civil rights discrimination, disability discrimination should not be accepted, just like every other city has done. And we're going to take a stand.
Sexist.
And yes.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to register my rationale for my no vote. I really do believe that also as part of the democratic process that people should be able to, we need to continue the tradition. I realize that this is lost on this front, but I wanted to explain my rationale as to why that even though we hear things that are unpleasant, and even if they don't swear, but it's unpleasant, that we've always had it for 5 minutes, and we should really give residents an opportunity in a spirit of how we should stay open to residents to give them the opportunity. That is why I voted no. Just wanted to register my rationale. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Councilman Canto, we respect your vote. We understand what you believe. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and are we done with this motion? Okay. Okay, Council Member Gutierrez, go ahead.
Yeah, and just for clarification, the statement I made was a reference to the rules of decorum. So I was referencing the rules of decorum. In regards to the minute limitation is to ensure that everyone, especially when this room is packed, has an opportunity to exercise the democratic process and they have a chance to hear important items on this agenda and they don't have to wait late in night to speak.
Thank you so much, Council Member Gutierrez. I have the same feeling and the same rationale regarding why we're doing this, because a lot of senior, they're waiting, and at the end they give up. Okay, because people over there in the front are talking 5 minutes and this and that, and the grandstanding, a lot of issue, not really. So we want to make sure everybody have a chance come up to speak. We have so many time that people give up. And I remember you say, I cannot wait that long, I have to go home. I past my bedtime. So look at right now, we already 11 o'clock, we still yabba talking. So I think a lot of people really difficult. Once upon a time, previous mayor, they want to move the oral communication at the end. We say no, we want to move there in the front so people all can speak to us. No matter it's good and bad, but respect is the only minimum we request. And the timely matter, so everybody have a chance to speak. So that's what the reason is. We rather than for few people want to speak 5 minutes, but we want more people, come to speak to us, and they don't feel threat, they don't feel like disrespect and scare. I think that is what it's trying to do. More participate rather than a few people always say the same thing. So anyway, but no matter what, it's still freedom of speech. We still allow them to speak. Okay. Any other than that? Anybody want to add on? Nope. Okay, so we move on to can we move on? Is it okay? So we can go home? Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to council member request. I don't think we have a B 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, but let's go to the council request. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, don't tell me you have a 15. We want to go home, please. Okay, Council Member Gutierrez.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I would like to request that, and I think she's already working on this, but I would like to request officially that the city manager work on looking into hiring a potential emergency management consultant to help develop the emergency operations plan for the city of West Covina, and also look at other ways to assist law enforcement and our fire department within the city of West Covina, and present back to this council by no later than February 18 council meeting.
Is that, Madam Mayor, already including our previous our lobbyist thing?
Oh, it's separate.
It's separate? City manager?
Yeah.
Is it separate?
It's separate.
Okay. Any other opposition? If not, then we approve to bring it back with the proposal for the, what is that?
Emergency management consultant.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm still thinking about the grant.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good one. Okay, have the next one?
Next one will be, I had the opportunity to speak to Supervisor Solis's office, and they shared their willingness to come present on the status of Measure A and other information. So I would like to make an official request to invite Supervisor Solis's office to present on Measure A by the second meeting of February, if they're able to come that day.
Anybody against that? Okay, not okay. Next, please.
The next one will be
the city manager. Would you please write it down? His request.
I am doing that.
Thank you so much. Okay, next one, please.
She's typing it now. But let's see. The next one will be for the city manager to look at ways and finding resources to increase avenues to increase the services for La Canada. I don't know if I'm saying it right.
La
Cata services to assist the Hope team.
Anybody against that? I think that including our police chief. Okay, presentation. Okay, approved. Next.
Okay, next one. Direct the city manager to apply for the National Exercise Support Grant request form. The deadline is March 3rd, to submit the application. Please complete this form by no later than February 17, 2025, so the council also has a chance to review.
Okay, what grant is that?
So this is a grant opportunity through various federal agency for the city to apply to have emergency management services trained to law enforcement, police, and staff on various programs.
Got it.
At the government's expense.
City manager, you got it, right? Anybody against that? Nope. Okay, approved. Next.
The next one will be to change the city, I believe it's a code, if I'm not mistaken, to change the city code to allow for red markings on a case-by-case basis for red markings to be put at fire hydrants by no later than the March 4th meeting.
You want to paint the fire hydrant red?
No. So some parts of the city have issues where cars parking in front of the fire hydrant.
Oh.
And there's been many times I know throughout the city where residents will love to
you
paint
about red curb.
Curb red, yeah. And right now our code does not allow it, so I would like that to be changed.
No, I think our code
allowed.
No, they don't allow. Absolutely, you will get a ticket.
We're not allowed to paint it red.
We're not allowed to paint it red. City attorney, city manager.
Me and Paulina looked into it earlier with Joanne. And
got it. Okay, and I agree. I think the people shouldn't. Okay, especially fire season right now. Okay, and so your Mother May I said we can paint the curb red so people don't park right there.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I don't think anybody against that. Okay. Approve.
By the March 4th meeting. Yeah. Okay.
That shouldn't too difficult.
Yeah. And then next one will be. The next one will be a presentation of the current city's emergency operations plan to be presented to the council at a council meeting, if possible, by the February 18 council meeting.
Do we have that plan? I think we have a plan, including the database. So they have an emergency plan. Yeah, they already done. I remember they work on that with the police chief and fire chief to put a city emergency plan.
Right, they did.
Yes, they did, right? So I remember. So yeah, let's have them present to us. Approve. Next one.
The last one. Last and final.
Finally.
Is to establish a Veterans Advisory Committee. And this is a committee, not a commission, so it's a different regulations involved. So it's to establish a Veterans Advisory Committee to the council. The council will have the ability to appoint one committee member each. And this is just a advisory committee, so they'll be at the city manager's discretion when they meet. It'll be to get input from our veterans in our community and see of ways that we could work together on veterans events.
I have a question. Does that belong to the Community Service and Senior Service Committee?
In fact,
and I remember they including that.
I don't.
We have we have 10 person in that committee, Community Service, Community and Senior Service.
I'll let Roxanne answer.
Yeah, through the chair, if I may, the Community Senior Services Commission has a total of 10 with each council member appointing 2. So you're looking to add a separate committee?
No, my point is,
veterans.
I'm asking you, he's asking for another separate committee. I'm asking, we already have a community service. Can we, rather than put another committee, can we just have community service committee to set up another veteran service?
We could revisit their purview.
What you want, but I'm just like, this is.
It's at the council's discretion. We can revisit their scope.
So we don't have so many of committee and they don't even do anything. So if we already have a committee, so anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So I also spoke to a lot of our veterans in our community, and I got their input, and they will prefer. The Community and Senior Services is a commission and it has requirements that the city has to follow. This will only be an advisory committee, so it's only bringing 5 people together to work together to give the city manager advice.
Have anybody any issue with what his suggestion to bring back set up a veteran committee, independent one, rather than go with community service. Anybody have any issue? You have no issue? How about you? Brian? Not Brian. Okay, sorry. You look similar now after 11 o'clock. I cannot see through anything. Okay, Councilman Oli Kento? No. Everybody okay? Okay, fine. Okay, that's good. Done. Okay, you happy now?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
The veterans are happy in our community.
Okay, so yeah, they have to bring back to us.
Yeah, they bring it back.
Yeah, we have to vote on that. Okay, we're just about the mayor. Okay, and are there any city council? Yeah, Oli.
Mr. Mayor, I only have 12. Just kidding.
I don't mind. I go midnight with you.
I pace, but I'm not sure if this should go through council, but I'm going to ask openly here, the city manager. There's an organization that's working to support foster kids and wanted to do an event. So does that require city council approval or instruction, or do I work through you directly? I'm just asking process wise if I need to run it through here or.
If they're a nonprofit that want to partner with the city, we can help partner with them in hosting an event.
Okay, great. Then I won't bring that up then here then.
I have a suggestion. You can bring them to our city staff, for example, like Susie, or they can introduce, or maybe even Roxanne. Okay, see what they need, what kind of event they want to do.
Okay.
I think it'll be easier to talk to the staff, see we can put it together.
Okay, great. Then
what's next?
That's it. There were two of those that were like that. But
no problem. Okay, yeah. We're here try to get everything done. Okay, the Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. I received a little bit of a complaint. I guess right now we are resurfacing a lot of our streets, and so they're not replacing the blue reflectors to indicate where the fire hydrants are at. So if we can look into that to make sure that they are getting placed back after they do the reslurring.
I don't think this is Madam Mayor. This is just a request, right?
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay. Done. What's next? No, it's a good one because fire hydrant is important. Okay, and anybody? Otherwise, I'm going to I have a 10. I'm kidding. I don't have a 10. Okay. I know. No. Okay, and really quick. Okay, really quick. I think the first thing is I just want to say every time I see all the pictures, okay, on the screen, I say it's so pretty because in the back is the Capitol. That is the drapery and the gift from our Congresswoman, and you are just sitting in the front. So when the picture took to you, so it's a hint. Possible you will be our congressman in the future. We need you with a good speaker. But here I want to have Madam Mayor to. I think we talk about it in the closed section, and you guys have a good suggestion. Okay, is invite Grace Napolitano, okay, our congresswoman, to come to visit us, and since she provide $7 million of a grant for us to fix the Azusa Avenue, she did it. She didn't disappoint us. She didn't just say it. She did it. I think we confirmed we got a $7 million. Okay, and the other city may be jealous about that. Okay, so, but, we shouldn't say anything. But we got from the Congresswoman with help, I think we should, maybe, I think your suggestion is to get the key of the city and invite her to come over here. So we want to say thank you to her. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah,
it's a good thing. And okay, so we're done. Okay, so let's invite her ASAP because I know she's kind of fragile, and we want to cheer her up, and we want to say nobody forget you. We love you. You really help West Covina big time. And second thing, and I think we heard about Chief Cortina talk about we need more staff. Okay, regarding the homeless hope team, and we heard about we need more traffic police officer. So I want to have a Madam Mayor to have $1.5 million to find the money, and to hire 10 police officer at level 1, meaning just get out academies because they are much affordable for the city. So this is so right away what we promised him to support him. Right now we deliver our promise to find funding to have additional 10 level 1 police officers. So this is my Madam Mayor. Anybody against that? Thank you so much. We got a 10 additional police officer. Okay, go ahead.
And And yeah, and again, I'll just add to I know this council worked very hard with the Congresswoman to secure this $7 million for the Sousa Avenue corridor securitization and handicap improvement project that will be regulated through the California Department of Transportation. And I will also like to request that the city staff look into renaming one of the streets off of Sousa Avenue after Grace Napolitano.
I think it's a great idea. I think it's okay for him to pick up the phone all the time and never have an attitude and always try to help us. I worked with her during the pandemic when I was mayor. I called her about we don't get nothing. She stepped in right away to help with the CDBG fund so we can have a test center. She's a great lady, and I think West Covina really in depth and love her, and we want to show her, we want to do that. We can put a plaque or something for our Grace Napolitano, street avenue. So I think that's a great idea. Anybody against that? Oh, good.
Yeah, and
we all kumbaya together. They're very, very nice.
Yeah, okay. And I'll say, I know you worked very hard, Mayor, on the Azusa Avenue securitization, and on top of that, it includes a handicap improvement with all throughout Azusa Avenue for the city of West Covina. So I think for what the Congresswoman secured for this city and for the people with disabilities or who are handicapped, yes. Congresswoman, you are a hero to this community and for standing up for the disability community. So thank you.
And that beside all this good stuff, we need to get the light, complete. Okay, the light's still incomplete, please. How soon we can get the light complete? Tomorrow? Okay. Anyway, and do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Anybody want to do?
I was going to say motion to adjourn.
Okay, I have a second?
Second.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you so much, everybody. Good job. Thank you.